Today is Wednesday, October 9th, 2024. We are at Washington City Hall in the City Council chamber. This evening we have three meetings. We'll start with a public forum. Immediately following the public forum, we'll have a workshop session. We'll break at 5:30 or sooner, and at 6 o'clock we'll reconvene for our regular meeting. Council, I will, before I ask for a motion to approve, I'd just like to note that Councilman Coates is traveling, but he will be joining us electronically for the meetings this evening. And that said, I will turn to you for a motion to approve the public forum agenda.
So moved.
Okay. I have a motion by Councilman Henderson, a second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved unanimously. Let me just get this pulled up. Okay, so. All right, so this evening we have three residents that have signed up to speak at the public forum, and any other residents who come, we actually allow you to sign up for that until 10 minutes after the start of the meeting. So if some people come in, they'll still have that opportunity. And so I'm just going to go ahead and invite these individuals up in the order that they signed up, and then just most well-spoken comments can be done in about 3 to 5 minutes or so. But we welcome you, and we're happy to listen to any feedback that you have, and then even if we don't respond right in the moment, we'll certainly respond at the end of the meeting or when appropriate. So first one I'd like to invite to come forward is John Olson. He lives in downtown Washington, and he has a few items that he'd like to speak to the council about. Mr. Olson. And I apologize in advance that mic still isn't quite tall enough for you, but just do your best. There you go.
Mayor, Council, Jeremy, just want to thank you for this opportunity to be approachable, email, phone calls, in person. Makes me as a resident feel like I'm part of this city. Even if we don't agree, you still listen. And I understand that you can't fix all my problems, but I wish you'd fix one.
Okay.
I took a couple notes and I want to read them. According to the Washington City Code, the definition of a public park in the city of Washington: public land which has been designated for park or recreational activities, including but not limited to a park, playground, nature trails, swimming pool, reservoir, athletic fields, basketball or tennis courts, pedestrian and bicycle paths, open space, wilderness areas, or similar public land within city control, operation, or management of the city. City Code 6-5-1, paragraph K, states motor vehicles. No person shall ride in or drive any motor vehicle which is self-propelled upon any public parkland except for roads, or unless it's specifically designated for that. Bicycles, scooters, skateboards, roller skates. There's nothing in this language that talks about mobility scooters. As a disabled veteran and whose health is going downhill, every time you build a trail, it limits what I can do. There is one demographic in this city that is overlooked, and that is the disabled. There are 20-something parks in this city. None of them are ADA accessible. Your Covington home is not ADA accessible. I can't go upstairs in your city museum. It's not ADA accessible. And I get it, they're old buildings. But when you open a trailhead and you say there's something for everybody, no, there isn't. I got online last night and looked. Every park should be ADA accessible. For $2,500, you can get a swing that holds a wheelchair. We have the RAP tax. Every park should have equipment for everybody. Then the other thing I want to talk about real quick is I appreciate this Veterans Park, but your veterans are not a sidewalk. We need to get those bricks up where they're not being walked on. Maybe put them in a vertical wall right in front of the lower planter. My advice or suggestion would be break them up by branch of service, and behind every branch of service, put a flag holder for the service flag. So for Veterans Day and the Pearl Harbor Remembrance, I go out of my way not to walk on my own name down there, and I think the veterans have been walked on enough. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John. We appreciate you. It's good feedback, and we appreciate your service. The next one on the list is Catherine Staley, and she would like to talk about city cleanup. Mrs. Staley.
You know me. I'm like-minded, so when I say some of these things, take it that way.
Will you pull that mic just down a little bit so we can hear you well? Thank you.
How about there?
Perfect.
Is that better?
Yep, good job.
I have lists, so I hope I have the time. I've lived here for 61 years, almost 62 years. So I'm old, but I grew up with this city, and when it was small and things were different. When Irv Hall used to come all over town and cut the weeds along the old black ditches and spray them. So that's a long time ago, but we have that problem still in downtown Washington. I know we're growing so fast, and I look around and I think everybody that is on the crew for Washington, they can't do it all. And I don't know whether there's not money to hire more people, but our downtown looks terrible. And my ward area, for one, is one of the hardest looking ones. I came up on the way over here and I just thought, if I was 60 years old, I'd go and help these neighbors clean up their yards, but I'm not. And I don't know what to do with it, but I do have some main concerns. One thing, when we're over in Colorado, every time I see these permanent trash cans that are all over in the town of Fruita over there, they're made out of metal, and of course we have a real good metal man down the road, but they're permanent. They're not gonna fly away, and there's a garbage can that goes down in them. And I think about the St. George Cemetery that has the permanent garbage cans, trash cans. And as I see the city workers have to pick up trash all the way along Telegraph, I think that would be something. Over there, they have a lot of bike races, so they've got them carved like bikes and things that represent that area. And they're really cute, you know, and you would notice them as you came in. And they wouldn't die like some of the shrubs, so maybe some of the dead shrubs that are gone now could have a permanent garbage can there. A lot of us, me especially, I don't know what the codes are as far as trucks and cars that don't run. And in our area, we are lined up and down the streets with cars that I know, because you can tell the way the grass has grown up around them. And I know it's hard for people. If you don't have a place to put something like that and you want to keep it, I don't know what you do. You know, I'm not going to go tell somebody, I don't like the look of your yard, so get rid of all your cars. But we've got to follow code sometime, somewhere. And so I would like to have some kind of availability to that code, because maybe I could get Ralph to move a couple of the trucks that are over on one of the lots. So, but then my neighbor that rents from me, people bring stuff into his backyard to put them there because they don't have any place for them. He speaks Spanish. All I can do is take his rent check from him because I cannot speak. We can't communicate at all. And that's another thing that I wondered if there was any way that whatever you send out in a newsletter, if you send out anything ever about cleaning up or codes, that if there's some way we could have it in Spanish so that those people in town, that's all they speak. I'm assuming if I took something in writing, he would take it to someone else and have them figure out what it was. But that's something I wondered if it was possible. Most of the streets in town I'm going from this way up because that's all I usually see. Our blacktop is over so far, and then we've got about that much space that's city. And like I said, Herb Hall used to take care of that. There was a mowing machine, he'd come around and then he'd spray. But it looks pretty rough. And for some people, yeah, they can get out there with their weed whacker or their lawnmower and get that cleaned up. But there are people who cannot do that, who aren't able to do that. Like was said, there are people that have problems getting around even, and to go out onto the streets, they probably wouldn't do that. But I'd like to see something done there. And then I noticed down by Victor Iverson's old home, and I don't know what street that would be. Anyway, the dirt has collected. It's probably the way the irrigation water comes down, and maybe there's something in the old rock ditch that kind of stops it, and it fills up with dirt, and then things are growing out of it. And
In the ditch or next to the ditch? Okay.
And it's, I would go find somebody to go dig it, but that's not my job. And then as you come out the streets, people have got trees that are growing out so that you have to almost pull into the intersection before you can see. And so I'm really thrilled with what you're doing with the pickup on the first Monday of every month. I think that's really, really helped. I mean, I really notice it in the bottom part of town when I ever go down there. I think more people down that way use it than we do up this way, but it's really helped to have that. But I wondered if in your newsletter, if you could tell people in big bold letters that these things can go out on the street, and like what can go out. If you're like, they don't pick up appliances on Monday, do they? Just limbs and what else? That's what I don't know. What else will they pick up? And then there's a Washington County that will come around and pick up appliances. And as I've driven through my neighborhood, I've seen many old appliances just sitting out there, that maybe we could get rid of some of those. See if I got it all here. One thing that I really feel like is we have code enforcement, but I remember several years ago, we got this great big bold letter that you move that truck or else, or you're going to be going to court. And I thought, well, why couldn't you just come and say, what is that truck unmovable, or what's going on here? It really upset me, and I thought there was other ways to help people move things without just slapping them with something that you're in trouble and get it done. So if it was in the olden days, I would suggest that we have block captains that go around and have people help each other, because there's a lot of people in our ward that really can't do those things for themselves. So I think that's just about covered up, but I was talking to somebody, And they said, where are you going? And I said, I'm going to the meeting and ask them to look at this situation and see if we can't help our little village look pretty up here. We look good on the other side of the river, but that's because it's new. But they said, will you please ask them to consider taking, and I don't know what you call them. They're not planters because they've got rocks in them, but some of them have the lights in them. Coming down Main Street, they said, we just feel like as soon as that traffic starts to come, it's going to be a problem with those little divots that go out. Like I say, some of them have the lights in them, but they're back. They haven't bothered me yet, but I don't go up and down Main Street a lot. So I said I would mention that. And I feel like you guys are doing a good job. I'm not complaining, I'm exclaiming. So if I could get some help on that, I would be glad to see our little village look pretty again.
Can I ask you one quick question? So you talked about some of the cars on the street and some of the weeds and situations, and then you talked about the letter. How should a city, in your opinion, communicate with some of those properties or that are getting, that are becoming unkept? How would be the right way to approach that and communicate in your opinion?
Well, I was trying to think, there's one corner that's got probably 4 cars that I know haven't moved for a long time. And I thought, how would you tell them without being like we were treated with one truck? So
do you think maybe it's the tone of the letter, maybe?
Probably the tone, but my feeling is if there's a way we could have a city cleanup where, like they do in St. George, where
Like
they
a
have the
community cleanup.
dumpsters and they kind of come and encourage you and help you. And then if nothing is done and you feel like no one's done anything, then you very politely say, this is out of code. You're gonna, if this car hasn't been licensed for 10 years, it really ought to be moved. I don't know. That's a hard one because I thought, I don't know how I don't even know how I'm gonna take care of my man that rents from me because he's a lovely man, but he's got a lot of stuff around there. And the neighbors haven't complained to me because they know I own it. So.
Well, thank you, Catherine. This is really good feedback for the
Okay.
council.
Any other questions? We good? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have another person that signed up, a neighbor of both John and Catherine, and our very own Anita Millette. If you come forward and talk to us about the 100 West Rock Ditch.
Yes. First of all, she didn't call me. I was outside taking care of some of the plants out here in front of the city offices. I was doing my job, okay? But now I have to apologize because I asked Kurt Ivey the other day if I could kind of, talk to him for a minute, and he explained kind of what I was thinking of. But I'm not as old as a resident here. I mean, I didn't come here till age 17 in 1963. But when I did, my mom and dad were so nice that they bought a corner lot. And this corner lot, like she said at the time, the weeds and things around the historic little black rock ditch was always sprayed and taken care of, or my mom and dad would go out and do that, which was very good of them. Anyway, I had a question for, I'm sorry, I should call you Mr. Ivey instead of Kurt. I had a question for him that about the weeds, and on that street, especially in front of my house, they came down, and it's like Catherine said, there's the road, and then there's so much of just dirt, and then there's the little rock ditch, and so the Bermuda grass just keeps coming along, and then it expands out and expands out. It's getting over to the asphalt now, especially on 100 North. And I'm okay. My concern at the time when I talked to him was if I go out and I spray my Roundup, I don't try to do it when there's water in the ditch, but if I spray my Roundup and then it goes down into someone's yard or whatever, which is not good, I didn't want to be liable for that. I try to keep Telegraph and 100 West always free in the grate. People think I'm doing that for the city, that I'm getting paid for that. I don't do it for that. I just want to make sure that the people down below me get their water. And that is continually filled with crapola. I mean, cups, balls, oil cans, you name it. It's a dead cat. I pulled out a dead cat. I pulled out a raccoon from there. It's constantly there. But my main concern was, because I know they used to come and spray the ditches, and I don't know when or why they stopped that, if it was just because of the expansion of the city. But I'm okay to go out and spray it now that I've got the permission to do it. But I just thought, I can't go all the way from clear out to the asphalt road. I mean, I'm okay. That was my question about the rock ditches. I love my rock ditch. I don't want to get rid of the irrigation water. I'm not complaining about cleaning the ditch. I just want to know what else we can do to help with the weed control, which I am responsible, especially on the corner lot.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Millette. And I want you to know that we hear you, we're listening to you, staff is listening to you, and we have heard loud and clear what you said. And mostly just thank you for all the work that you do. I mean, I see you so much keeping this city beautiful, and if we all took kind of that same ownership and initiative that you do, would have a even more pretty
I
little
love
town.
the city, okay? I love you guys.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. That's not sexual harassment.
No.
That's just, I've gone to so many sexual harassment meetings with the city parks that I think, wow, am I in trouble here?
Well,
But
and
no,
those
I just
rock
love everybody.
ditches, they are historic. They are such a part of our heritage and what we do. So we have heard what you had to say. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Before we close this public forum, somebody that's one of their first times being here, and so is it Bryce, the intern? Bryce, would you come forward and just introduce yourself, and then what public comment would you have as a you live in Washington?
Technically St. George, but really close.
But you go to Crimson.
Yeah.
Take 30 seconds or a minute and speak to the council in the mic, and get on the record as giving some public feedback. We want you to get your money's worth on this internship. What feedback do you have for the city, Bryce?
You guys have been doing pretty good since I lived here, right? Never really noticed any issues myself. I'm just here to learn from my internship, doing it through the college. I'm a senior in high school, doing the Success Academy program to graduate with my associate's degree. And I just thought this would be a really nice addition to it. Also going to try to apply for my Sterling Scholar, using this as government experience for social science. So that's what I got, but good job, guys.
That's perfect. Thanks for being here. This is your second or third time at a public meeting, and that's fine. Thank you, Bryce. You can have a seat. I'll tell you that I had a text from him at 7 o'clock this morning, right on the dot, asking me what time meetings were, and if it was a collared shirt or a shirt and tie, and I said, something with a collar is great, no need for a tie. You look great, Bryce. Council, any feedback on the discussion or on the comments from the public?
Mayor, just one quick comment. I'd like to respond to what Mrs. Staley said. I was really inspired by what she said, is just don't create rules for people to follow, but give them, those that need the help, a way to follow those. And that really is true. Maybe that's part of the reason that we can't, turn the corner on this cleanup, is because there is more help. And I would certainly love to have that conversation to how we can help with people that are in need of help cleaning up. Maybe they need their cars towed, or they need the ability to do that. But I was really inspired by that because, yeah, we want to be very friendly to people and provide great customer service in all that we do in our city. But it's interesting how many people may not have the ability to do those things that they would really like done if there were options. So I'd love to continue that conversation and see maybe if we have a city cleanup day, we could have Public Works there with their trucks and tobacco, whatever it takes to help us unify in one effort to clean up this part of town. But I would certainly be behind that, Mayor.
Yeah, good comments. Thank you. Any other additional comment from council or staff on any of the items that came forward?
I just want to say, Ms. Millette, the city council chambers look great. and a great example for the people that are coming by and see the hard effort that you put into keeping this whole quad looking awesome. Thank you.
Well said, Councilman.
Mayor,
Thank
can
you,
I
Councilman.
make one comment? You asked from staff.
Staff, yes. I was wondering where that voice was coming from. Go ahead, Thad.
Right here, come right here. Mr. Olson did mention that none of the parks are ADA compliant. I just wanted to give a little primer on ADA compliance. The way the federal requirement for ADA works is when new structures are built, they are required to comply with the code in place at the time. And so you'll notice on our newer parks, the degree and nature of their compliance looks and feels much different than our older parks. Cities can and may choose to renovate or upgrade ADA compliance on older parks, and if they choose to do so, they would then be subject to the standard in place at that time. I just want the public and the council to know that the Parks Department does monitor ADA compliance. They do have experts that review parks for ADA compliance. I'm informed that they have a program that intends to bring things into compliance that were built before compliance measures were in place, but they're trying to do that in nature with just, the budgets they have. And if the council were to desire to get all parks up to the modern level of compliance, which the council certainly has the right to make that decision, there would need to be a budget allocation to make that a specific priority.
Thank you, Thad. Appreciate that feedback.
So Mayor, where those are existing parks, the RAP monies would not be available even for ADA compliance, would it?
I'm going to defer to the manager on that, but
I don't know the answer to that question. I'd have to find out. Typically it's for no, RAP would be fine. You can use RAP for any recreation purpose. We wouldn't be able to use impact fee.
Yeah, RAP are not restricted funds except the council's own restrictions that they placed on them. And if the council wanted to use RAP tax for ADA compliance, you could certainly make that decision and use them for that.
great. Thank you, public. Appreciate the feedback. We do these quarterly on the first meeting of each quarter. So our next one will be in January, first quarter 25. That said, I'm going to turn to you, council, for a motion to close the public forum.
So made, Mayor.
I have a motion by Councilman Ivey. Second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Now we're moving into our workshop meeting for October 9th, 2024. We are still in the council chambers at Washington City Hall. I'd like to just inform those in attendance or watching that Councilman Coates is attending electronically. That said, I'm going to turn to you for council for a motion to approve the workshop meeting agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilman Henderson and a second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved unanimously. Our first workshop item is UDOT traffic noise presentation. And I've invited Brett Anderson. He's the Region 4 Project Director. He gave this presentation at the Dixie MPO a few weeks ago. I found it beneficial, and I wanted the council and staff in Washington City to have this and the information that he would share about why we have sound walls and the process and how we got to this point. And Jeremy, if you'll pass those along. So anyway, thank you for being here, Mr. Anderson. Your slides will show up momentarily, and you just click to, there you go.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to be here in council. Why I felt that we needed to give this to everybody is it's kind of a new thing here. I mean, you look at the Wasatch Front, you look at up there, I'm clicking through, sorry. It's very common in the Wasatch Front in Utah County to have a noise wall, but it isn't quite so common here. And so I just wanted to give everybody an opportunity to know why we do it and sort of the process of how we do it. And in this presentation that I have, I'm going to hurry and go through the process. which follows the state and federal regulations. And then this is kind of an overview of the whole process. So if you want something more in detail, I'll have an expert, but I am the project manager over the 10 to 13 job that's currently going. Okay. So, as I said, this is an overview. This process defines location and length of noise walls, where they can be put. So when we do it, we can't, when it gets to construction, we can't move it 200 feet this way, 200 feet that way, across the freeway. It's defined by this process where and when we can put those. So with every UDOT project, we ask this question: is the project likely to increase sound levels to the neighbors, to the houses, to the churches, to the residents that will be affected by close proximity to the roadway? And so really the only ones that qualify for a noise wall are where we increase capacity. So we add a lane, we add turn lanes, we do major modifications to it, or a new roadway that didn't exist. And those ones qualify for a noise analysis. Sort of our chip seals and our microsurfaces that you guys do on your city streets, they wouldn't qualify for this. But for the major interstate projects, a lot of them qualify. So this first step that we look at is we identify areas sensitive to traffic. And I'll show you in a movie, but it sort of shows you who's affected by this. And so it's going to be residents, parks, cities, buildings, schools, churches that are close to the right-of-way. And we identify those locations, and later those are the ones that get ballots. So we go on to step 2, and we do a noise model analysis. And what we do is we take a lot of different factors. You can see 8 of them there: topography, existing barriers, roadway, speed limits, vehicles, size, vehicle types, whether it's trucks, cars, diesels, things like that. And we build a noise wall analysis. In that analysis, it kind of tells us the noise levels, the decibels that we anticipate on the existing road. Then we take actual receptors, so we go out and put things that collect how loud it really is, and then we merge those. So we calibrate our model based on what's actually out there, and then we project that into the future. So what will another lane, what will more traffic cause, and we determine sort of how loud that is going to be. Then with that traffic analysis and noise analysis, we ask ourselves a couple of questions, which are on here. So the noise levels are high enough to interfere with normal conversation. That's the first thing that will dictate that we have to continue on. Or if future noise levels substantially exceed existing noise levels. So if any of those 2 are yes, we continue on the process. If it's a no, we just stop and we're done at that point in the process.
Can I stop you in the process for a minute?
Go ahead.
Back to that last slide.
Okay.
So in our case, the flow chart continued on because noise level was high enough to interfere with normal conversation?
Yep.
Or was it because it was substantially exceed existing noise levels? Because I'm just curious, did the additional lane, did that equate to substantially exceeding? Or I'm just not sure how in our case, it passed that threshold.
So in your particular situation, as you've seen sort of in the video, those that are right next to it, probably the existing situation already exceeded what they could talk in their backyard. So if you went in their backyard, it would be hard to have a conversation with somebody that's next to you because the road's already too bad. So those would have probably already been over. based on I-15, and if you lived here 30 years ago, I-15 traffic to there, to what it is now, that would have already exceeded it, but that wouldn't have exceeded it for everybody. But that future noise levels would have really been worse right there next to the freeway already. So we kind of hit both of them. It just depends on where you're at.
Did
that answer your question?
I don't mean to press you. I believe
No,
you,
you're
and they're already up, and half of them are already painted. But I guess my other question is, how do you measure this pre and post? I mean, it's just.
So we just sort of discussed this in D-Tech. We don't actually measure post. So we take what's existing, we measure what's out there existing, and then we project it forward in the future. And that's the decisions made. And then at that point, when everything's followed, the walls go up. So we don't go check afterwards.
Okay.
So,
Can I
Anybody
ask Mayor, may I ask a question? So I had a phone call like 2 weeks ago from a resident up in Warm Springs.
Okay.
And in the Warm Springs area, you've got sound walls on the south side of I-15, on the town side, but nothing on Warm Springs. But what they were saying is them and a lot of their neighbors have noticed an increase in road noise at their house. Could it, from before you put the sound wall up, could it be bouncing off the sound wall and going their direction, or?
So I don't
That's
want
what
to
their
get
theory
too
was.
into it, but yes, I mean, the sound would bounce off those walls and it gets above. That's part of reducing the noise. The
So
way
they're thinking
sound
it's
waves work.
bouncing back up and it's louder now for them than it was before, so.
I'm not sure on that. I mean, like I said, we don't test afterwards.
Okay.
But it could likely do that.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
not a problem. So, any other questions on this slide, or I'll continue to go?
I'm sorry, Brett.
No, you're good. I would rather have questions and you guys actually understand the process than for you guys to go away and not know the process. Like I said, this is an overview, so I'll try to answer what I can. I did not conduct the survey, so we might have to have an expert come in if you have
No, but
specific.
keep going, and you can tell us about the process that resulted in the sound
Okay.
walls.
Perfect. So then we evaluate the noise, and I thought this got changed, but that little hand there, that says noise barriers. That's the most common one that we do at UDOT. We can do truck restrictions, but that's not something we would ever do on I-15. So those are just some different options we can use, but the only ones that we have here in Utah are noise barriers right now. I know some cities have reduced truck restrictions and they'll move them off to a parallel route instead of Main Street, but for UDOT, we have never done that. So, then the last step that we have to do, every one of these questions above has to be a yes, or we will not put in a noise wall. So we ask if it's feasible and reasonable. So can it be constructed? That has to be a yes. Is it safe? So is it right close to traffic, or is it out of way so people can actually pull off? It's got to be safe. Does it provide a perceivable change in noise levels? So they do that based on the analysis, and the decibel level has to go down, and it depends on if it's a residence, if it's a church, if it's a school, there's different levels there. But it has to actually reduce noise for those that are around the area. Then reasonable, does it meet the noise abatement design goal? Is it cost effective? And the last one is the biggest one. So we get to this point in the environmental portion of the project, and then when it goes to construction, we do this last one. And do property owners / residents want a noise abatement measure? That has to be yes. I will explain that, and the video explains it a lot better than me, so I'm going to go to it if I can play that one. Is there a way to play this?
Steve's probably watching and we'll start it.
Okay.
Between oat milk and almond milk, which should I drink?
Neither. This is a protein drink. You've got almond butter. Almonds have a peel that's
I heard somebody say Coke.
And roads are growing with it, and the noise from roads is growing with it too.
Turn it up, Steve.
We like efficient roads, but we don't like the noise. Noise walls can reduce noise coming from the roadway. Now, the Utah Department of Transportation shouldn't put these walls everywhere. They require a lot of resources to build, and not everyone wants a noise wall near their home or business. Instead, federal and state guidelines have been created to determine when to use noise walls. They require road builders to look at whether they'll work, how much they'll cost, and whether people even want them. Before construction begins on a roadway, UDOT measures noise levels in the area, and then calculates how much louder things will get with the new road. Once they know how loud it gets without a noise wall, UDOT calculates how much a noise wall would cut back on that noise. If that difference is big enough, if a noise wall will make a reasonable reduction in volume for nearby homes, businesses, schools, or churches, and if UDOT can build it at an allowable cost that's safe and meets engineering standards, then the issue is brought to voters. Not everyone in town gets a say on the noise wall. In accordance with federal and state guidelines, UDOT is required to identify specific places, homes, businesses, and so forth, where noise walls would make the biggest difference. Only those who benefit most from the wall will be allowed to vote. These people, residents and property owners, receive a simple mail-in ballot, inviting them to vote for or against the noise wall. Now, two things need to happen for the vote to pass. First, at least 3/4 of these people need to return their ballots. Just return them, regardless of how they vote. And second, when the votes are calculated, 3/4 of the final vote tally needs to be yes. So it's a pretty high bar, and it should be. The reason we install noise walls is to improve things for people near the roadway. If most of them don't want the wall, then we shouldn't build it. But if most of them do want the wall, and if research shows that the noise wall is going to work on the new roadway, then we build it. And that's one way that UDOT reduces noise while keeping Utah moving.
Okay.
I want to see the vote, Brett.
You want to see the
I'm
vote
just,
numbers?
I'm just teasing. Still giving you a hard time. And I told you I'd be nice to you if you came to my council.
No, you're good. So it's interesting that you say that because I've heard, and you've probably heard, there's people for it and people against it. And we've heard through the project hotline that some are going to sue us because we put them up, and others are glad that they're going up because it's in their backyard and the noise level has gone down. So we see that, we understand, and you guys have probably heard the same things from
Mayor, can I interject?
residents.
Go ahead, Councilman Ivy.
Appreciate you being here tonight. This is good information. I just wanted to clarify, our citizens were some were a little bit, didn't really understand the process. And they thought that the city would make that decision whether or not the sound walls would go in. So I appreciate you explaining that the sound walls are actually brought about by the UDOT. It's your freeway, it's UDOT's freeway. You own the right of way, you own the right to say where off ramps go and all that. But with that, you ask the most impacted residents, but not the entire city.
Yep.
Just those, and then you count the votes as you stated. But I just want to make sure that our residents understand that the city, while we've been in support of UDOT and helping with that project, we didn't have any say whether or not we wanted the walls or we didn't want the walls. We left that up to our individual residents.
Yep, exactly. It's not just what UDOT wanted. So for any state or federal regulations, any project, even if you guys got federal funds to do a project, you would have to look at noise walls if it affects. But usually within cities, you can't put up noise walls and it actually be effective, right? So in accordance with state and federal guidelines, those that will benefit most were the only ones allowed to vote. And I don't know if you caught this, but this is controversial to some people. This includes residents and property owners. So if there's a tenant in there, they get a vote. So their vote is not counted as much as a property owner, but they both get a vote. These residents and property owners will be sent a mail-in ballot, and they can vote yes or no. And then 75% of all ballots have to be returned. And so one thing that we had to do on this project, and we have to do it with most projects, is if we only get 50%, we'll reach out again to try to get up to that 75% mark of votes back. On this particular project on I-15, 10 to 13, we did get 75% of those returned, and then 75% of those that are returned have to be in favor of it. So on your particular, this is from the project plans, and you guys are probably more aware of this than other people, but these are where the noise walls are. They're already built. They're already on the freeway. There were 7 that met every one of our regulations up until till they got to vote. And then when the residents and property owners voted, all 7 went in. One thing that I want to be clear on, and we talked about it at D-Tech, is if they don't go in with the project and you want them in the future, the city or local government has to pay those, or residents have to pay for those. But they still have to follow our process. So all the ones that were on this project were sent a mail-in ballot. We received more than 75% of the ballots returned, and more than 75% of the people at that time said yes.
So you got to the first 75% threshold by multiple mailings for responses.
I'm not sure on that,
but it's possible.
That's
you
what I've
typically
heard.
try to get the
Yes. So
3/4 response.
yes, if we don't, we'll do 2 or 3 mail-in responses, but they can't vote twice, right? So we look at the ones that we got back, we'll go out and reach out, and if we still don't hit 75, we go out and actually visit the residents to try to get that 75%. Because that's what state and federal law say we have to do. So we did on that one. So everything that was warranted were built. And I got this question, and I didn't have an answer to it, but I do now. The average cost for these walls that are built today is $852.71 per lineal foot.
Is there anything in those walls other than concrete?
There's a lot of steel.
Okay.
But
no like a sound deadening insulation type sandwiched in or
no,
anything like that? Steel and concrete.
Steel and concrete,
Weight
yep.
of it is what absorbs it or deflects.
Yep. And then that price kind of depends, because as you see, there's a noise wall on top of a structure. Of course, that one costs more than another one. It just depends on what goes in and what foundation they have to have. But on this project, that was the average cost.
Mayor, I am super curious what the bid was to paint the wall. My wife and I have been talking about this. It's like, how much do you think it's going to cost to paint those walls?
So,
no, I'm just super curious. I can paint it like this if you want
we don't
to.
actually break that out. That is a lump sum that we bid that includes everything. So that includes the precast, and they have to meet a certain tolerance before they're moved, and then that includes everything. So ours is like a lump sum cost, and that's what it is. So we didn't break out painting. I'm sure the subcontractor could, but
where do
we
they
didn't.
precast those? Up north somewhere? Or?
I'm not sure where up north, but yes,
Okay.
they came from Utah County area.
Thank you.
How tall are they? I know the answer. I want to hear you say it.
It actually depends on which wall you're looking at. I'm
14
not sure.
feet?
What are they?
14 feet?
Roughly, yes.
Yeah.
If you go measure a certain spot, you might find it little, but they tier, as you guys seen, but they're roughly 14 feet.
And then, so I asked you today, so when we were, this this group of electeds wasn't really around when the environmental process went through and when this was decided, but we did sit down with UDOT and negotiate a little bit of some concessions, and so we did get a little bit of a design into the wall that looks like the horizon or some of the cliffs and mountain vistas that we see. We also were able to get, rather than just gray, we were able to get some painting. We had talked about doing them kind of a red rock color, but the concern was that those typically fade to pink over time. We didn't want pink walls. So we did settle on with staff and those of us involved on kind of more of a tannish brown, but that tan is pretty light. I almost couldn't, so some of them have been painted and I kind of had to look twice not to determine if which had been painted and which hadn't been.
I agree with you. Like I said, I let my wife choose out the colors in my house, so. Because I never know what it's gonna look like
How
in the end.
thick are those walls? Are they like 8 inches or?
I'm not sure.
Not
They've
sure.
got to be from 8 to 12. I think they're closer to 8, like you're saying.
Mayor, just one last question, if I might. So just to be clear, if a city was to say, you know what, we don't want these sound walls in our city, that's not their role. The role would be that you would still engage, even if the city said we don't want them, you still engage the people that live closest, and that would be your process regardless.
Yes, that is correct, because we have to follow state and federal law.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Just for curiosity's sake, I assume that there's strength built in them for cars, accidents, things like that. Do you know what that, do you know what that
So
level
they're
is?
not designed like our barrier. So our barriers from test level 1 to test level 5. A test level 5 will control like a semi, a fully loaded semi. And that's what you see around like bridge piers. So when we build them there in the center, because we don't want a truck taking out a bridge, those are test level 5. We do not have a test level on these. From Salt Lake, I've seen some semis go through them. I mean, they have to be pretty off the freeway, and they'd come clear into somebody's yard if those walls weren't there.
I don't recall a time where there's a semi that's gone off the freeway through there, but there's several vehicles that have gone off. And I would assume it's just a glancing blow too, so it's not like he couldn't deflect them. Just curiosity's sake.
So up north, I know some have been deflected. The car will come back. I've never seen a car go through them, but they aren't load rated for that.
Anything else you want to share with us?
No, we're just glad that you're willing to work with us, and I've worked with your staff quite a bit, and they're good to work with, and thank you for working with us through, we know it's through your community, and we know we have to follow certain regulations, so thank you for working with us.
Well, you've been great, Brett, and I will also say that we appreciate a lot of the decorative features on the Main Street underpass there. The colors, the abutments, the faux rock, it looks really nice, and so we appreciate that. I just couldn't resist giving you a little bit of a hard time on the sound walls, and that's only because I get a hard time myself on that, so I'll have to. But thanks. I mean, you've been a good partner on that project. Any idea on when you might be wrapping that final punch list items up and having that open? I keep telling people end of year, but I think it might be sooner than that.
So it was supposed to be done at the 1st of November, but we're having some bridge ride issues, some cross slope issues on the bridge that goes over Main Street. We're working with the contractor and subcontractor to fix those.
Okay.
We'll try to get those done this fall. If not, we will open it up and then come back and fix those in the spring.
Great. Thanks again for being here tonight, and we appreciate that. Councilman Bellison, do you have?
Ask on the cross slope issue, is that just a repaving to readjust those grades?
So we will do a PCC overlay. It's like a concrete mix overlay. That is actually standard, but it wasn't for any new bridge that will have it, and that helps fix any rides that we have issues. but it wasn't standard on this project, so we're working through a change order on that. It's kind of an overlay, and so the SMA will come up to that new deck thickness.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate you coming tonight. Are you staying or going back home? I know.
I'm going back home.
All right. Safe travels on your UDOT highways. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Our next item, which is our last item, is a presentation by our Assistant Public Works Director, Lester Dalton, on the wastewater capital facilities plan. And we appreciate you being here. We appreciate not so light reading that you sent to us in advance. And I'm not going to lie, I just dropped that into AI and said, give me a summary. So, but now you're here to give us a summary. Mr. Dalton.
Well, thank you, Mayor. It's good to see you guys tonight, Council. I'm actually going to defer. I'm going to bring Mr. Aaron Anderson with Bone Collins up, have him walk through some of the riveting details with the wastewater capital facilities plan. I'm sure you guys were up late last night going through all 78 pages of it, and Aaron will do a phenomenal job kind of giving you a summary.
How are we supposed to give you a hard time, Lester, if Aaron comes up?
You'll figure it out.
All right.
I'm sure. All right, thanks, Mark.
Aaron, it's good to see you again. I usually see you at the Water District. It's good to see you at Washington City Hall.
Likewise, good to see you. And yeah, Mayor, Council, it's good to be here with you this evening.
What's going on with the arm first?
It's all just a ruse so you guys can be nice to me. It's all just, no, I had a bike accident a couple weeks ago and got a radial head fracture. So the good news was no surgery, no cast, but I'm going to be sporting a sling here for about a month. So I'm a wounded man, but that doesn't mean you have to go easy on me. You can ask me the hard questions that you have. And so I want to, hopefully this is our time to kind of work through questions that you have in the report. So again, my name is Aaron Anderson. I work with Bone Collins and Associates. Been working with your staff on this master plan update. And there we go. Just a quick overview of what we're going to talk about today. We're going to review a couple of things that were talked about several months ago in that preliminary presentation. We'll include a quick discussion about our unit demands per ERU. We'll talk about how we've assumed growth will be distributed throughout the city, and that kind of helps inform the hydraulic model in terms of how we route flows through the system and how we identify deficiencies and projects that are needed. We'll talk about the recommended improvements that we have in the plan, and then we'll just go over our overall capital facilities plan. This is not meant to be a full-on, review of the report. The report has all the meat. This is meant to be a quick overview to hit the highlights. So if you do have specific questions, we can dive into those, but I know we're on a somewhat limited time schedule here, so I'll go through it as quickly and as efficiently as I can. So very quickly, again, an ERU is the metric we're using for our plan, and that stands for an equivalent residential unit. The reason we use that is we're trying just, again, to normalize all of the system demand to one single unit. So we take all of your residential use, your commercial use, industrial use, institutional use, and we're normalizing it down to one single unit, which is an equivalent residential unit. So we're just saying, how many equivalent homes does your city represent in terms of sewer demand? In your existing system, based on our analysis, you've got an approximate number of 17,421 ERUs within Washington City. Based on historical water use data, we've calculated that the existing level of service, or what an existing ERU uses or produces on an average, is 188 gallons per day of actual wastewater from their home. But we also, through metering data, can identify that you do have infiltration in the system. So you've got groundwater. Some areas in particular in the fields, there's some shallow groundwater where we know there is water infiltrating in the system, and the data indicates that. And that's on average is about 46 gallons per day per ERU. And that number comes from taking the overall infiltration and spreading it out, across all those connections. So that adds up to a total average daily flow per ERU of 234 gallons per day per ERU. For comparison purposes, that's right, pretty close to in line with what we expect in these reports. Usually for communities with higher household sizes, you're between 2 and 250 is what you usually see. For some smaller communities like Ivins, the number comes down a little bit because you just have a different demographic, but it's right in line with what we would expect for a city like Washington. Our peak daily flow estimate per connection or per ERU is 407 gallons per day, and that number is important because that really is what drives collection system sizing. We're looking at what is that peak flow the system has to convey when people are showering and getting ready in the morning, and then in the evening when there's people that are cooking, and that's when the water use will spike, is in the morning and the evening. One thing I want to draw your attention to that you'll notice in the report is that we did, for new development, we've recognized that new development construction standards are likely going to reduce the amount of infiltration that you see in your system. Things like sewer boots, manhole mastic, there's newer technology that can help seal that system off better. And so we've actually, for new construction, we've assumed that there will be a lower amount of infiltration for new users as opposed to existing users. So there is a lower level of service proposed for new development. And that falls in line just fine with impact fee law. We can lower that level of service. We can't raise it for new customers. We can lower it though. That's totally doable within the impact fee law. Again, and the basis for that is we assume that new construction is going to be less prone to infiltration than your existing construction, just based on advances in technology. Does that make sense? So real quick, just forecasting growth. These growth rates come from the recently adopted Culinary Water Master Plan. They came straight from that report. Our 10-year growth, we assume that you're going to have just under 11,000 ERUs worth of growth, which is significant. So you're looking at about 1,100 units a year on average. And then in the subsequent 10 years, you have an additional 11,600 ERUs. So pretty significant growth plan for the city. I mean, if you do the quick math, that 22,000 ERUs is more than doubling the current size of the city over the next 20 years.
Did I see 17,000 currently?
Correct, yep. So it's more than doubling over the next 20 years based on our current forecast.
Could I ask a quick question
Sure,
back on
Council.
the infiltration?
Of course.
I would assume that's two ways, right? You have sewer loss.
You can. You can.
In back and forth. Do you have is there issues with that over time? Or, what, do we need a plan for that? What needs to happen with that?
So that can happen, and that happens usually when you're in drier, like if groundwater is very deep. If you had exfiltration, so the way we did our calculations is we looked at your culinary water meter data in the winter. In the wintertime, presumably there's not a lot of irrigation going on, so most or all that water is going inside. And then we add up all that water use in winter and compare it to what's flowing through the sewer, and the difference would be what's infiltrating. So if we did that calculation and found that the difference between total contribution and what was being metered out of the system was less, then we'd know by calculation that some water is somehow leaving the system. So it's just a mass balance exercise there. We say what's going in, what's our estimate for what's going in, what's coming out through the meter on the back end into St. George, what's that difference? If there's a difference on the positive side, we know it's infiltration. If there were a subtraction of flow, we'd know, hey, there's water leaving the system somewhere through cracks. Because it can happen. You can have water exfiltrate through the system. Yeah. So we've assumed for this report that, yeah, it's spread around the system. To try and pinpoint exactly where it's happening is just very difficult to know. You can make an assumption, but I guess in my opinion, you have to have some data to support that, to say we're making this assumption because we think this, we have some data here. So in absence of really strong support saying we know that X% happens in this area, so we're gonna put it there, we've spread it around the system because we just don't have the data to make that determination confidently. Does that make sense? Okay. So next is we've identified our planning numbers. Now we're going to look at where does that growth occur over the course of the next 10 to 20 years. So this was through coordination with Public Works staff. And again, as a reminder, this is not a perfect science. We're just trying to make our best estimate as to where this growth is going to occur. And your staff was super helpful in helping us identify these areas that we consider hotspots of growth or where there's development occurring in the near future. So this map, you can kind of tell, you got I-15, Green Springs Drive, and Telegraph. The areas that are highlighted in blue are where we anticipate the 10-year growth. to be focused, and areas in orange are where you would, or orangish red, sorry, I'm a little colorblind, but that reddish orange color is where we'd anticipate our 20-year growth to be focused. So this is kind of our north sector here. I'll slip to the next slide here. This is further south. Again, we have the areas in blue that are our 10-year growth. Orange are the 20-year growth. And we'll talk about Warner Valley here in a little more detail in a second. And then this is our southern region. We reviewed this last time. Are there any questions about how we've divvied things up here? Does it make sense generally what we've done there? Okay. While we're on this topic, I do want to just touch base on the Warner Valley area. So within the Warner Valley area, we do anticipate that will, I guess, my understanding is that will ultimately become part of Washington City at some point through annexation. However, our plan in the sewer master plan is that area will be treated as its own sewer service area because it is so large and it's in kind of a little bit of a difficult area to service that we have not assumed that flows from that area will be routed through your existing collection system, but there'd be a decentralized wastewater treatment plant in that area. So of that 22,000 ERUs, there is about, I think it's 3,000 or 4,000 ERUs that are going to be in that area, but they don't contribute to flows that are routed through the system. Does that make sense? There'd be a separate analysis in that area to determine what is needed in that region, and there'd be a decentralized treatment plant that would be servicing that specific region of the city. Does that make sense? Okay. We'll go into our hydraulic modeling, and again, this is kind of where the rubber hits the road. Very quickly, just some evaluation criteria that we identify in the report is, so we look at a ratio of our D over D, little d over big D, which is the peak flow depth in the pipe with respect to the total diameter of the pipe. And so if the pipe flow ever exceeds 0.7 times that value, so if it exceeds about 75% of pipe capacity, then we flag that as a deficiency. And the reason we do that is that in the model, we're only directly modeling the domestic flow and the infiltration, but your system will also experience what we consider inflow. So when it rains, you're gonna get water coming in through your manhole lids that'll go into that pipe. We reserve that little bit of capacity there to have enough capacity to move that inflow through there. So this is our design criteria, our evaluation criteria, I'll say. And then for your pump stations, if there's a pump station that's moving more than 85% of its pumping capacity, then we're going to recommend you go and do an upgrade there to make sure you have enough buffer capacity so you're not ever having to flood a wet well and cause problems in the system. I know this map's a little small, but in the legend here, there's different colors that we have, and those colors represent that ratio that I explained, that little d over big D ratio. Anywhere where it's red or black indicates that we have capacity issues. So under existing conditions, most of the system is in great shape. There is one small area though, kind of in the North Washington fields here around 2000 South, where we did identify a couple areas that have some deficiencies. They're just very flat pipes. And so there is a small area that has an issue within the existing system, but it's not to be, this is pretty typical for.
And Aaron, I just, as mayor, I have to just point out that we're actually upsizing that line on 2000 South. It's right, currently under construction. So.
It's under construction, yeah. So the city's already working on, in fact, the project that you're already working on is in the report as a project, but you're already in the process of taking care of it. So, yeah, thank you, Mayor. Under our 10-year conditions, we see a few more areas that start to pop up. And again, to reiterate, this is what we do in this model is we take 10-year flows and we route them through your existing system to see how your system would behave or how it would perform with just more growth and no improvements, right? So we're just saying, add more demand, but don't upsize anything. Let's see where things start to have problems. And that again helps us inform, here's where you need sewer upsizes, here's where you need projects to help mitigate those future issues. This again is our 10-year conditions. There's a few more areas that pop up, but nothing super major. And then 20 years, you start to see some more things that are popping up. And this is again to be expected. We wouldn't expect your system to be sized to convey flows all the way 20 years in the future. So this is a to be expected scenario. And along with those pipe deficiencies that we see there, we do anticipate there'll be one lift station upgrade on the east lift station there by the river. So with that, I know it's a little small and your report details all these projects, but for time's sake, we have a handful of projects that have been identified in the report. And they consist of sewer bypass lines that will route wastewater away from deficient areas into new alignments to help mitigate, along with parallel pipeline projects. And they're both intended, again, to increase capacity in the system and get rid of those deficiencies we've identified. And again, there is one lift station upgrade we have recommended, as well as one new lift station recommended. It's down the street from the Public Works yard. I'm not sure exactly which road it is, Lester. That new lift station is on what road again? 1900 East. Okay. Any questions on any specific projects in the plan? I know this is kind of a little bit difficult to see, but they line up with where you saw those deficient sections in the models, where these were all kind of lining up with. And these pipes range from 10-inch to 15, 18-inch pipes, so nothing tremendous, but good projects.
Hey, Aaron, can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, Councilman Coates.
Yeah, I just had a question on the blue lines down toward the south. Are we anticipating those with the developer and we just pay them to upsize it, or are we planning on doing those jobs separately?
So right now in the plan, those jobs are being paid for by the city as expansion-related projects.
Thank you.
In fact, the blue one on the left there, that project E1 is already essentially completed. So that's the one that was ongoing while the report was going on. So that project E1 shown closest to the airport is complete, correct? If there's something we need to update, I'll have to catch that. But yeah, these are our final numbers here. And then, okay, so those are overall projects. And then here's one thing that's kind of important that we want to spend a minute on, is that within a system, we recommend a city have an R&R budget. So that's rehab and replacement, or rehabilitation and replacement. The way we often recommend, or where you set that, would be to look at a system valuation. So if we look at your system and said, okay, if we were to go and build the entire Washington City sewer collection system today, how much money would that cost us to go and build right now, the entire system? And we'd estimate that'd be about $240 million to go and build the entire thing today. And then we look at what's the approximate service life of the different components of your system. And so you should expect within that system, you're gonna have some components that last 60 years, 80 years, 40 years, a combination of components there. And we use that to recommend that you need to invest a certain amount of money into the system, either set that money aside or go out and actively replace components, so that you don't come to a point in the future where you've got the system falling apart and you don't have the funding to help repair it. So within that vein, our recommendation is that the city work toward investing about $1.1 million per year into an R&R budget. It says this is money that's earmarked for, not for capital projects, but for R&R, to go out and replace deteriorating manholes, replace pipes that are in bad shape, that kind of thing. So that plays into this last table we have here.
So Aaron, is the R&R budget eligible for impact fee?
Actually, updates on that too for our next meeting.
Well, the reason why I ask is if you get a treatment plant in Warner Valley and it's reuse, you can pump into that.
So you beat me to the chase. That's the exact idea, is that there'd be a decentralized facility somewhere in this basin. The concept was the reuse plan, the lion's share of our wastewater goes to St. George's treatment plant. That includes all of Washington City. Everything from Washington City west goes back to St. George. And the Conservancy District is planning to construct a big pipeline that will take water from St. George's plant and convey it all the way across the county. So the logic was exactly like you're going to, is, hey, why let that water run all the way down to St. George if we can treat it here regionally? And the areas...
like you said, that Warner Valley, it's not able to be run in. It kind of has to have its own treatment plant anyway, because it's bifurcated from the rest of the system.
So maybe on to the first question. Yeah, Warner Valley right now is currently contemplated as a secondary irrigation reservoir, so we'll have reuse water and some of the higher salinity water from the river that's not as suitable for drinking. But that reservoir site is just, again, north of where...
Oh, it's right there.
Yeah, and so the idea is if we had a decentralized treatment facility, it could very easily discharge into that reservoir, and it's just there, ready to go.
Okay.
That's kind of the idea that we're pursuing there.
I guess my question kind of goes back to everybody's kind of looked at Warner Valley and it's been discussed as Warner Valley and, but the cost for infrastructure out there and building it's been the challenge in the past.
It is the challenge, and that's kind of where our thought was that area essentially needs to be master planned within itself, and it needs to almost be almost like a special improvement district of its own, to where it has its own facilities, own treatment that are treated separately from the rest of your city, because it is kind of a unique area to where if that area was brought into the overall city master plan, it may have the effect of increasing the cost for the entire city because it's isolated over there, and so it may have that effect. So our thought was, we'll treat that area as its own, I say SID, that's not the right term, but its own special assessment area, we'll say per se.
So Aaron's getting council members, Aaron's getting to the concept of what I had hoped to discuss, which is there's significant wastewater expenses when Warner Valley comes online, but they probably won't be reflected in this impact fee study, which means that good ideas and plans of how to handle those in the future will be needed. As Lester, Lester informed me or taught me that Warner Valley is big enough that if we were to try and gravity feed it like everything else would go, we would have to upsize all of the sewer lines in Washington that are called trunk lines that flow sewer, and then we'd also have to upsize all of St. George's. And so the entire system is not built for that much more sewage to come online, and that's another reason. In addition to just the elevations, it's another reason. So you'd have to pump it up out of Warner Valley and back down, and then you'd have to upsize everything across the valley. But Warner Valley is massive, and there's a ton of expense there.
Correct, but as sewer's that issue, but the other utilities are already there. Water's already there.
Well, to some extent.
Power's really easy to get there.
Water's not already there. Roads aren't there. Power.
There's a 60-inch that goes through there, right?
Not as a service line.
There's a 36-inch transmission line that runs through Warner Valley that feeds your city in St. George, but I don't know of any.
You put a T on that, and now you've got water to be able to service that area?
Yeah, I don't know that I can speak to know if there's been any commitment of water to Warner Valley from the Conservancy District. There's a pipeline there, but I don't know if they've committed any sort of service to that area. That's one I just don't know.
We're trying to get to is there's been discussion about the development of Warner Valley, and I think none of our current master plans plan that development in Warner Valley. So they would essentially have planning done completely from scratch to handle that area.
I understand.
Acres just for the beginning.
And the reason why that's significant from the staff standpoint is developers will show up and tell staff, hey, we're really excited to bring our development to your valley. What can you do to help us get online? And frequently, we have collected an impact fee that helps developers build infrastructure. In fact, we've collected the impact fee because Lester and Aaron and the others in their industry planned for it 15 or 20 years ago before that developer even shows up. And so when they show up, they benefit from the fact that good analysis decades earlier caused there to be a fee that collected a bank account that could be spent on whether it's a sewer line or a road or something of that nature. None of that is happening on this area. And so when developers show up and say, hey, we're really excited about Warner Valley, what can the city do? Our answer is, we can do a lot of things, but just know that we have $0 in the bank account for any sort of impact fee eligible infrastructure out there.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Until it's actually annexed in, you can't even allocate resources to it. You understand it, but that was part of the reason why we did that annexation, or I ran that annexation a few years ago down by the airport, just to get it within our city limits so that we could start planning for it.
When you said you can't allocate resources, are you saying you can't adopt an impact fee?
Well, you can't include it in capital facilities plans and things like that until it's in your city, correct?
I would agree with that.
I don't know that that's even allowable under statute.
I think you're correct.
Not to belabor this point, and I know it's time for dinner, but when we talk about the big lift that Warner Valley is, if you just want to talk sewer, because that's what we're talking tonight, if it needs its own treatment plant, then if you came in and you said, I want to do 1,000 homes. But I'm going to have to spend enough money to build a treatment plant for the first home. You can see how that lift becomes. In the rest of our city, it's not that way. We already have lines, we already have treatment, we already have trunk lines, we have all those things. None of that exists in Warner Valley. So the big lift for a developer is, how do I build an entire system when I don't have enough residents yet out there to help pay for that system?
Correct me if I'm wrong, it's not just that, right? It's not just the treatment, it's also what comes out of the treatment, right? So as Thad was saying, we would have to upsize the lines all the ways across. We'd also have to do something with whatever comes out of that treatment plant. That's why I brought up the fact of the reservoir there. If the reservoir is close, that's not too difficult to say, okay, here's the outflow from it.
And now
somewhere else.
And then you add to that all of the other issues, like Thad mentioned streets. So how do we build roads? It's quite a ways from our existing road network. How do we build those roads for the eventual build out of the entire valley for the first 100 homes? And so it becomes really tricky. It's going to take a very large lift to get that off the ground.
Sure.
Actually, I thought this was a really good segue, because this is an issue that's current now with Warner Valley. But back to your presentation, Aaron, you did a fantastic job. Council, my question for you is, did you see anything in this capital facilities plan that you didn't agree with, that you felt like needed to be relooked at? Did you feel like the growth estimates and the project seemed reasonable, because they'll be using that as a basis for future discussion and decisions that you will ultimately make? If you think of something later, would you just please route that through to Lester, and I'm sure Aaron with Bowen Collins will incorporate that into the study, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Any final comments, council, staff? Mr. Anderson?
No, thank you for your time, but if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Okay, and then just also for the record, seeing the number of lines in kind of a sprawling city, a tall city, it's quite remarkable, the work that Public Works has done over the years. And Lester, you've been a big part of that, and Public Works, all the guys there. It's a lot of work. You guys have laid a lot of line, you've maintained a lot of line. I just want you to know, from this elected body, collectively, we appreciate the work you do. We recognize how much of that infrastructure you've put in, and we commend you for looking to the future for the additional infrastructure that will need to be put in. So thank you.
I do have one quick final question, if you're
Sure.
okay.
Yeah.
Warner Valley out of the equation. With all the growth that you're talking over the next 20 years, our connections to St. George City, are those going to have to be upgraded, sized as well, or increased in size?
So this contemplates everything from your system until it hits St. George's system. Bowen Collins is actually working on the master plan update for the city of St. George. And so this is timely because we can take information from your report and we roll it into their report. And so for St. George, they have to model not only their system, but also Ivan, Santa Clara, and Washington coming in. And so that's to be determined. We'll model that and figure out what these future forecasts do to their system, and then provide recommendations to them. So they, in their system, they have what they consider regional components, and they have local components. The regional components are the ones that are shared with, for instance, Washington City and St. George. So there's a lot of their system that is regional because they convey a lot of exterior or external flows through their system. And then they have their own local pipes, and their local pipes are only touched by their city. So yeah, our plan will determine, and this is super helpful, that we'll have these updated values we can put in that model and figure out.
I assume those upgrades are factored into the rate that we end up paying for the sewer. And,
Yeah,
and
so-
the reason why I ask, I just want to make sure that we're not going to get stuck with some off-site improvement cost
From St. George?
from St. George.
Well, you pay a regional sewer impact fee to the city, right? So that's why I bring up the local and regional. So when we master plan their system, we draw the line and say what pipes are local, what pipes are regional. And where there's regional impacts, that's where Washington, Ivins, and Santa Clara are gonna pay a regional sewer impact fee into St. George to cover regional pipelines and also the treatment plant capacity that you utilize in that system. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
so So our current impact fees, on the collection side, so that's Washington City's impact fee, our current impact fee is $980 per ERU. The St. George City side of that, so the regional impact fee, that is an additional $1,379 to get it the rest of the way through to the treatment facility. That also, it's not just the lines, it's also the treatment, any additional impacts.
And then we'll pump it back to Warner Valley, which will be in Washington, and then we'll reuse it.
Isn't there also a monthly fee that goes to kind of the operation and maintenance as well?
Yes, there is. Yeah, there's an additional monthly fee to cover basically the user rate associated with the treatment of the effluent.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate your work. Council, that is the last item we had on the workshop agenda, and I'm looking to you for a motion for adjournment. Motion by Councilman Belliston. Second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor? We stand adjourned. We'll be back at 6 o'clock for our regular meeting. Welcome to Washington City Hall. We're here in the council chambers for our regular meeting. This is the meeting where we take action, where we actually vote on the agenda items. Councilman Coates is joining us electronically, so if you hear his voice, I have no idea where he is, but he's joining us joining us virtually. So today is Wednesday, October 9th, 2024. Our meetings are also streamed live and archived at washingtoncity.org/meetings. To start this meeting, I'll invite Brother Tim Martin from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and the Interfaith Council to start us off. Brother
Thank you, Mayor. It's a delight to be here, and I would acknowledge Councilwoman Casperson, who often comes to our Interfaith Council meetings and wonders, what are they doing, all that. But it's just a delight. I will tell you that the Interfaith Council offers now 130 plus 133 prayers a year scheduled to Washington City, St. George, and the response they get here, you all coming to shake our hands and greeting is just wonderful. And it really is to set the spirit of the interfaith and harmony that's so critical in what we do today. We'll invite you all to join us with the mayor for our crop walk on November 9th, second Saturday in November, where we raise money. Crop walk is communities responding to overcome poverty. So we raise about $10,000 a year for various excellent charities here and throughout the world. So but thank you for your service and thank you for all you do. Please join me in prayer. Our Father in heaven, we're so thankful this evening that we can be in this wonderful part of thy world, that we can enjoy being here in southern Utah. We're thankful for the beauty we enjoy. We pray for rain, pray for that moisture that we so much need. We are mindful this evening for those who are struggling through the hurricanes and bad storms, and pray that they might have minimal damage and be able to recover. We're thankful for the blessings that we enjoy in this part of the world, and pray that we might ever be mindful of the things that we receive. We're thankful for those who serve Washington City, and pray for a blessing to be with them, that they might be inspired, especially in this meeting as they make decisions and vote, that they might be open to the insights that will be provided by the citizens and be able to make wise choices in the things that they do. We're thankful for the wonderful life that we're able to live and provided and helped by those who serve us here in Washington City. And these blessings we ask in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Brother Martin. I've asked Councilman Belliston to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
Please stand and repeat after me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We do have need to go to closed session this evening for character or professional competence of an individual. Other than that, I will ask for a motion to approve the agenda as outlined.
Mayor, I can make that approval of our regular, our Washington City Council meeting, regular meeting for October 9th, 2024.
I have a motion by Councilman Ivey. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved unanimously. As far as announcements, there is a Faith and Blue picnic this Friday at 6 p.m. at Veterans Park. We'll be there. So that's with the Interfaith Council and with the Washington City PD, and that starts at 6 o'clock until 7:30. So hot dogs is going to be a great night. So we invite any who would like to go out there and support two great groups of individuals. That would be a good night. Also on Monday, October 14th, the city offices will be closed in observance of Columbus Day. Council, did I miss any announcements between now and our next meeting? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item. This is where you have an opportunity to declare any abstentions and or conflicts on the agenda this evening.
Mayor, I'm going to abstain from item 6A this evening.
Thank you, Councilman Coates. Duly noted. We'll move on to the next item of business, which is a proclamation. And before I read this proclamation, you may have noticed that many in this room are wearing purple. And we do that for a special reason in October. And we're also, some of us are wearing these ribbons. And that's because this month is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. So before I read a proclamation, I'd just like to take a little mayoral privilege and invite our friends from the Dove Center, Misha and Donna, to come forward and talk to us just a little bit about the Dove Center and what it does and what your organization does and the benefit that it is to the community. And then I'm going to ask a few others to join you up here.
Okay, thank you. Kurt, would you like to join us down here?
Councilman Ivy, you serve with that organization. Go ahead and join them.
Okay, thank you. First of all, we'd
And then
like to...
speak right into that mic, Donna.
How's that, better?
That's better, yes.
Okay, well, thank you, Mayor and Council members, Kurt. We're just excited and thankful that you're recognizing October for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. It's something where you all might be struck that to hear 1 in 3 women, 1 in 4 men in Utah actually experience domestic violence in their lifetime. And they've done research recently this year that it was reported by KSL4 that for the first 6 months of 2023, Utah investigators had discovered as far as more related homicides, domestic violence homicides, in the same period, but for the preceding 5 years. So it is an increasing time. We're definitely grateful for the new LAP, the lethality assessment protocol. We've seen, like in statewide, a 55% increase in calls and a 72% services in terms of non-shelter. But certainly our concern is always beds. I'll let Kurt, though, he always tells the story so well.
These guys always here for me. No, I appreciate Dove being with us tonight. And as you all know, and as our citizens know, Washington City has a great history in support of the Dove Center, where we had the first building that was donated by a very kind former citizen of Washington with a tragic story to tell. And with that, I've always been very proud of my service on the Dove board, because as I've learned about the issues around that and the impact that it has on communities, is something that we all need to be aware of. And I think Donna is a great employee, and then Nemesia serves on the board with me. And one thing that we've come to realize is that we don't want it to be like it's a secret about Dove, that we want people to know what we do, and know because of 2 reasons. Number one, we want people to know where to go if they need our services, if they need our help. But we also, Misha and I work closely on capacity building, where we try to find more beds, because we've actually had to turn people away. And that's one of the hardest things of our job, because there just really isn't nowhere else for these people in need where they need to go. And so, Mayor, my plea tonight with our citizens and the good people of Southern Utah is that if anyone has anything that they can donate, we're looking to increase our capacity. We would love to receive a land donation or a building that we could modify into housing for these folks that need these places to rest and recover. But we just recently purchased a home over near the Brigham Young home in St. George, and we completed a renovation through some very generous donations of our city. But even with those and the numbers that we carry, we still are turning people away. You're familiar with the lethality assessment that was done a couple of legislative sessions ago. And with that, that's created a bigger challenge for our finances as well, because we need to provide that service, but yet sometimes the finances aren't there to do it. So my message tonight is that we appreciate our city residents. You know, Dove really appreciates all that we do, what we have done and what we will do for the Dove Center. And for those that want to learn more, please please reach out to a board member, or we're in the phone book or online, and find out a little bit about Dub and how you can help. There's no donation too small. We'll utilize every penny of it. And if there's somebody that has even property in their trust for their retirement or in their wills or trusts like that, we'd appreciate receiving those, and we'll put them to good use. But I just want to share my appreciation for the Dub Board, for our leadership, and for our director. It's a unified effort in trying to fill a need in our society today that we want to make everyone aware of, and that we're there to help if they need help. And I appreciate your time. Misha, you gotta say hi to them.
Misha, I want to ask you some questions too to get your thoughts flowing, okay? So
Okay.
we're all aware of just, even recently incidents that just break our hearts. But you've been involved with this organization for some time now, and you've seen the expansion of additional facilities for those who need, need safety. What has that meant to you to be involved in that, and how have you seen that be a benefit and a blessing to those lives that are impacted by abuse?
Just in the last couple of years, I've seen it absolutely grow. We've doubled our capacity for living, and by like 4 more units, and we are already full, and we hate turning people away, and we've had to turn, I believe it was 2 people away just recently.
That's recently. Actually, last fiscal year, we were short 45. However, when we resource them out to, other
communities, right?
partners. So we don't literally turn them away, but had we had the ability to take care of them in-house, it certainly makes more sense in terms of fiscally responsibility. We don't have to go out and rent them an apartment. Sometimes we just, like I said, turn them over to other community partners that we could have housed had we had the capacity.
And what your organization does is it provides a safe place to go,
Correct.
to stabilize, to get back on their feet, and then to move and open that space back up for somebody else that's
Yes.
in need. And
I-
women and children, typically,
Correct, families.
families.
So I really wish we didn't have to be here, and I wish our numbers were low, like in a golf game.
Yes.
That's what we're striving
Yes.
for, but with the community growing as fast as it is, the need is just always there, and we just want people to know that they can get help. And I swear, everyone knows someone that has been affected by this, so we just want to get the word out that we're there and we can help.
Donna, what would you add in terms of how your service here has impacted you personally, and what impact have you seen this have on people's lives?
Well, thank you for asking. I'm fairly new, just a year with Dove, but one thing coming from out of state that I've been so taken back by is the generosity of the room and the community. It really is quite, I'm just struck by such giving in terms of whether it's services, donations, and as part of that, it's touched me so in terms of having passionate board members like Misha and Kurt, but also if everybody may or may not be familiar with Joe Gibbons out at Carpets Plus, I consider him an angel donor with grit and grace, because he actually was the one behind in terms of Christie's house with the transitional housing. And it's something where after our gala and the money that we raised, we were able to convert the old Thompson Mansion that was Airbnb into these 4 units. And as a result, like Misha said, they're full to capacity. So we see it as, opportunities in terms of moving forward. So that's what was exciting this last year in the moving forward in terms of development. We're going to be looking how we can engineer a new shelter. So
Fantastic.
for me, it's just been a great experience to create that space for these domestic violence survivors to rebuild the lives for them and their children, because from my perspective, it really does take bravery.
It sure does. I loved when you said that moving here, new to the area, that you've noticed that this is a community that cares and does a lot. I want to just
Absolutely.
invite another aspect, another part of our community to come forward. It's a newer tradition, but we have a thriving, budding art community here in Washington, and we're privileged to have a board member of the Washington City Arts Council here. Her name is Glenda Caskey. And so they do the All About Art event. This is the second year they've done it. If you come forward, Glenda. And they put the mayor and council on the spot, and we were learning to paint, and you can see up here, there's a few different paintings we all worked on. And then with all of the real artwork that's out, they put ours up there, and they have the community vote on those, and then they have those for sale. Tell us a little bit about what it means to you to support this
It
group.
was so much fun having your art there. And I know everybody's schedule is busy. We weren't able to get to all of you, but next year, we're going to try to make it work that you could all enjoy and try your hand at art. We have some really good artists. And speaking of that, the People's Choice vote for all of yours, as you know, went to Kurt.
Oh, okay.
Yay. And no, Chris, we cannot do a recount.
I did ask for a recount. I thought there was some pretty good art all around, but.
There really was. And we're proud that we wish we could do more, but this is what we got. Thank you to the Olsons.
John, Melanie.
Yeah, that she did a generous donation, bought the paintings, and then you got them back, but it was for you guys.
Thank
Yes,
you.
yes.
Thank you.
We had a wonderful event. Oh, there you go. Great, this is great. But we had a wonderful event. We hope to keep doing it. We hope for the weather to be a little cooler, to get more people out. But I can see a trend. We had a lot of participants. We had even somebody from Hawaii. We had California. So we had a beautiful showing of everybody, and we were very proud. It made me proud to be part of Washington City.
Well, we're lucky to have you. Now, so if the entire elected body commits to paint again next year, are you committed to keep All About Art going?
We can,
And this
yes.
partnership with the Dove
we
Center?
can. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
fair
Oh,
enough.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right. And can I hand this to Kurt?
Yes, let's do it down here. Let's all come down, we'll get a picture, and then I'm gonna read the proclamation. Let's all come down, and if you drew a painting, bring it with you, or painted a painting, whatever you call it.
That's amazing. We love it.
Anything, really.
Oh my goodness, I just love the energy and the spirit to be creative, to think of doing that.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Thank you.
The other envelope, it's just a very small, it's only $11, but it's what some of the paint just.
That's nice though.
Thank you.
Anything helps, so.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You ladies stay right here in the middle, so stand right here. We'll put,
Troy, where's your picture?
in between you, and you can award him the,
My masterpiece.
Pretty good.
That was wonderful, Kurt.
I never get embarrassed.
John and Melanie actually bought 3 of the paintings. Melanie, I know John won't come, but will you at least come be in the picture
Oh,
with us?
that's Melanie? Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Thank you.
I will allow this to be in the IRA office for just a short time, because it's gonna be quite in demand.
Start showing friends.
That was so kind of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's amazing. Oh, thank you. Pretty good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great. I love it.
Now, before this ribbon goes to Councilman Ivy's head, before it goes to his head, I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas everyone deserves to live a life free from violence and abuse. And whereas domestic violence is a serious problem that occurs in all cultures and communities and does not discriminate by age, gender, social class, race, ethnicity, religious affiliation, or sexual orientation. And whereas 1 in 3 women and 1 in 7 men in Utah will experience intimate partner violence in their lifetime, and that 60 to 75% of families with intimate partner violence have children who are also impacted by the violence. And whereas seniors are also victims of domestic and sexual violence and are part of the most underreported group. And whereas domestic-related homicides account for over 40% of homicides in Utah, and dozens of Utah children will witness the murder or attempted murder of their mother every year. And whereas awareness and intentional collaboration are required to find solutions to abuse and intimate partner violence, and whereas it is the role of local government to provide for the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens, now therefore I, Cress Staley, Mayor of the City of Washington, Utah, in partnership with the Dove Center, do hereby proclaim October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Washington City, and urge all residents to use October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month to learn how they can break the silence and end domestic violence in our community. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the seal of Washington City, Utah, this 9th day of October, 2024. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for the support. And hopefully we can continue to bring awareness to this issue and provide support that we can. The next item of business on this agenda is the consent agenda, consisting of the approval of minutes to approve the minutes from City Council meeting 9/25/24 and consideration to approve the board audit report from September 2024. I will call for a motion on the consent agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilman Henderson, a second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The consent agenda is approved unanimously. The next item on the agenda is award of bid. This is consideration to award the bid for the South Canal Trail to Whitaker Construction in the amount of $219,713. I'll invite Paul Walker, Assistant Leisure Services Director, to present to the council on this bid. Mr. Walker.
Evening, Mayor and Council. This is a project to fill in a few gaps on the historic canal trail. And was mentioned Whitaker Construction was the low bid on this, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any on this project.
What questions do you have for Paul? Any?
I just noticed, Mayor, that in the bid amounts, there was a little gap in some areas. Just want to make sure that, like on dust control, Whitaker was 3,600 and Landmark was 18,800. And there's a residential area, so we're going to make sure that they are aware that they need that dust control, even though maybe they bid a lot less than the other bid.
Yeah, yeah, we're comfortable with them as a contractor in the bid, and we can definitely highlight that and make them aware of that as we go through the project.
And the last question I have is on the SWIP, one budgeted around 6,000, the other 19,000. Aren't those set fees? Isn't the SWIP like a set fee or a guideline, or is it what is the fee?
I think it's what it would take them to mitigate it. So I don't know if it's a set fee. It's just their cost to mitigate it.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
All right, well, thank you, Paul. We'll call for a motion on this item.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we accept that we award the bid for the South Canal Trail to Whitaker Construction in the amount of $219,713.
You've heard Councilman Belliston's motion. Is there a second?
Second that.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. All in favor? Any opposed? The bid is awarded unanimously to Whitaker Construction. Moving on to public hearings. Item 7A, this is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for a partial road abandonment vacation located at Main Street and Buena Vista Boulevard. City Engineer Paul Mogul will come forward and present to the council on why this is before us this evening. A little house cleaning.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, City Council. So we brought this back in the July 10th City Council meeting. We didn't go through a public hearing process when we brought it in July. The county reminded us that we needed to go through a public hearing process, and so that's why it's before us tonight. And we're vacating a portion of the old. With the new Main Street interchange coming in, the alignment of Main Street gets changed a little bit, and so there's a portion of the old Main Street that we're going to vacate. So,
great, makes sense. Any questions? Thanks, Paul. I'll open the public hearing on this item. Anyone wishing to speak to this road abandonment, come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and turn to the council for a motion to approve an ordinance for a partial road abandonment vacation located at Main Street and Buena Vista Boulevard.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve an ordinance for a partial road abandonment vacation located at Main Street and Buena Vista Boulevard.
I have a motion by Councilman Henderson.
Second that.
Second by Councilman Belliston. As this is an ordinance, we'll go roll call, starting with Council Member Belliston. Henderson?
Aye.
Coates?
Aye.
Ivy?
Aye.
Casperson? Aye. That ordinance is approved unanimously. Thank you, Paul. Next item is conditional use. 8A, this is a consideration to approve conditional use permit C-24-15 for construction of a new building located at 293 East Telegraph. City Planner Eldon Gibb will present on this, and I will make note that the public hearing on this item occurred at the Planning Commission last week. Mr. Gibb.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Ingress and egress to the site will not change. The new building will utilize the existing access points off of Telegraph. A 10-foot landscape strip adjacent to Telegraph and in front of the new building is also being proposed. Screened trash enclosure is seen from Telegraph. However, the applicant is proposing a heavily landscaped area to buffer this area. Required parking for the site, and this is taking into account the new building, is 133 parking stalls. 76 of these stalls are used by the Hilltop Church tenant after regular business hours and on the weekend. Taking the church out of the equation, required parking is 57 stalls. The applicant is providing 78 parking stalls. The applicant is asking for parking relief as the church parking does not conflict with the other businesses. If the church use was ever discontinued and or converted to office and or retail, the required parking for the site would be 66 parking stalls. New building will be 24 feet 4 inches tall, constructed of a combination of tan rock, white stucco, and dark metal finishes. The exterior finishes of the building, along with the landscaping, are aesthetically pleasing. Designation at this particular location is C2. The surrounding zoning is C2 to the north, east, south, and west. On October 2nd, 2024, the Planning Commission reviewed this request and recommended approval, a 3-to-1 vote for C-24-15, allowing for a new quick serve establishment located at 293 East Telegraph, as shown in the exhibits, with the findings and conditions as noted in staff report. And we can skim through these exhibits here real quick. This is the site layout on the corner of Telegraph and 300 East.
Go ahead. You're showing 31 stalls in the shaded area. So I assume the stall count's coming from the upper level, but there's no on-site position between the two. So I guess if somebody wanted to, if the parking was full, they could park on the high side around the city street to the east.
That's a great question. There is an internal stairway.
But is it public access or internal to the tenants?
It's internal on site.
I think there's a stairway that's external too. I mean, I happen to go to Domino's a lot, so I know this. On the east side, there's a stairway that's external.
And he said she'll address that, so.
It is external, but it's on this site, yes. So, yes, both correct, I guess.
What else do you have for us, Eldon?
We can skim through the elevations here, kind of zoom in. You can see the wainscoting there, different elevations, finishes. Little outdoor seating area with the drive-through on the west.
Just 1,500 feet, Eldon. Why the conditional use? Because it's on Telegraph?
Correct. Yeah, any new construction off of Telegraph requires conditional use regardless of size.
And just so I'm up to speed, is that Telegraph and Buena Vista, are those the only roads that we have that have that condition, or we have other roads that have that condition?
There's Washington Parkway, 300 East Telegraph, Buena Vista.
Okay.
And then lastly, we have a landscape plan here detailing that. And I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Any additional questions for the city planner?
Yeah, just if Hilltop Church decided to become a business and they are required the 66 parking spaces, I believe you said, is there room there for those? Or how would they achieve them at that point?
Currently, they're after hours and on weekends, so they're stating there's no conflict in use. And if that church did dissolve and your typical retail space was to come in, we would be overparked.
So would that restrict that, the Hilltop Church to be able to make that change? If they so chose at one time?
They would not be restricted.
Additional questions for Eldon? I'll invite the applicant's representative to come forward. How are you, Brandy?
Good evening, Council. Brandy Walker with Civil Science representing Andrew Sorensen, who's with Links Management representing the landowner Hughes. So,
Okay.
yeah. Chain of, yeah, here I am.
So Hilltop doesn't own they're just tenant?
Correct. There's multiple tenants within the building. It's a single parcel. I apologize because our site plan cuts off the northern half of the parcel. But about 3 years ago, plus or minus, Links was obtained by the Hughes family to manage this site. Links manages a big portfolio of commercial properties, in the Washington County area. So the Hughes Family Trust brought them on to help with the management of this site particularly. And in the past couple of years, they've done substantial upgrades to the property. Some of it's visible, some of it's not. A major one was they actually replaced the roof on the building, as you can actually see in this image, because this is a very recent image. Flavors is there. And with our application, hopes they're just staging it as funds allow to do site improvements. They have fixed some of the landscape. They're going to resurface both parking areas, the upper and the lower. But the intent is to not subdivide this, as the building itself is stacked and would require, commercial, they're keeping it all under one owner. So the restaurant site going in is where you can see the seepage from the spring, which is also something that they've been working on mitigating. There's a lot of things that they're figuring out. But to address the access, you can see it on this where the tail end of the semi is backed in. There is an outside stair rail right there that's attached to the building, but it's outdoors. Because I'm with Councilman Ivy, I park at the Domino's or up on top because the traffic flow pattern works for me, and walk down the stairs. But there is an internal common stair rail as well. So there's one inside the building, you just can't see it, that's under the rooftop, and then the one on the outside, as well as the public way, the sidewalk on 300. So
But like he brought up, if the use changes and Hilltop goes away and you don't have those overlapping uses, right? I don't necessarily have a problem with the way it is now, but let's assume Hilltop went away. What was the parking count that would be required?
Yes.
Did you say it was 154?
133.
133, and we've got 77?
That's taking into account the Hilltop Church, which is very heavily parked.
the church use is greater. So if the church leaves, we actually have freed up parking.
Okay, so that was my question.
Yes,
What's
we were backwards
what's
on
the actual use? If it went to a retail, what's the actual requirement at that point? Hypothetically.
The applicant's providing 78 parking stalls. If they were to relocate the church and bring in your traditional retail office, required parking would be 66.
So we'll have excess at that point at the 1 to 250 ratio.
So they will be over parked.
So
it didn't sound right, but
because the church requires more parking per square footage than retail does. So if the church leaves and they
It
bring in
frees up.
traditional retail, they actually have more than they need.
Per
But
your
right now
parking
with the
ordinance?
church, they don't have enough.
We're not needing the church.
and that's probably my bad, right?
Yeah.
I thought that if that, take the church out of it, they would require that other number. But that is, if that becomes retail, then we're still below the count. Okay.
But we're not technically below the count with the church use.
No, I get that, but the church use
It's
is,
different time of day.
so I'm fine with that. I just want to say, because no tenant is, unless the Hilltop Church owned the ground, different story, right? But they don't own the ground, and so they're a tenant, so,
As Elda mentioned, because your guys' parking ordinance obviously requires X amount for the church use. And so that's where we're kind of short on, is their church use being there. And so the church has expressed needing a bigger space. So I think eventually the church will move.
Well, and in the meantime, council, I think we all appreciated the letter from the church indicating the times of their uses so that, as you say, Councilman, it's a non-competing use. Let me tell you what I like about this is, one, I read in the report that it's not a drink shop. I like that. I think we have plenty of drink shops, but I also like that we start to see more of these vacant and underutilized spaces along Telegraph start to infill. And I really like that. I think the new infill, it complements a lot of the efforts that the city is trying to do right now to improve the length of Telegraph. So I think it's a creative use of underutilized space. And my only hope would be that we see some of these additional vacant lots start to fill in too. And I recognize that as we get downtown, parking is going to be a little bit more challenging, but that's part of building downtown. And I think we need to be sensitive to the fact that sometimes we're going to be stretched a little bit thin on parking, but people can park and walk and do what they need to do. But further questions for staff or the applicant before we move on this item?
Just a statement, Mayor. I appreciate condition number 9 about the dumpster screening. That looks like that was great work by the applicant and staff to understand that we want Telegraph to be a beautiful space every inch of it. So it looks like they've done a great job in considering the covering of the necessary trash enclosure, so.
Mayor, if I may share a historical note, that location of the spring there, you might remember there was a fish pond, a little frog pond there that a few of us in this room might have caught fish and frogs in a few decades ago.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't catch any fish. But I may have caught a frog. Council, is there a need for further discussion on this, or is somebody ready to approve this conditional use permit?
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve conditional use permit C-24-15 for construction of a new building located at 293 East Telegraph Street.
We have a motion by Councilman Henderson. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Belliston. Let's go roll call on this, starting with Councilmember Henderson. Coates.
Aye.
Ivy. Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston. The conditional use permit is approved, as I heard, on a vote of 4-1. We'll move on to item 9, which is an ordinance. Excuse me, we're going to move on to item, yes, this is another ordinance. Item 9, ordinance. Consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-24-06 to update the existing PUDR located at approximately 1050 North Main Street. City Planner Eldon Gibb will also present on this item, and then we'll give the applicant an opportunity to speak as well.
The property is approximately 22.55 acres in size and located at the southeast corner of Washington Parkway and Main Street. Over 1 year ago, the city approved an updated site design for this property. However, the applicant is now proposing to go back to the original plan. The surrounding zoning to this parcel is Solente PCD to the north, Brio PCD to the west, PUDC to the east, and R16 to the south. The general plan land use designation is medium-high density, which carries a 7 to 12 dwelling unit per acre ratio. This development is proposing a 7.14 dwelling unit per acre ratio, which is well within the general plan allowance. The project design is in compliance with the PUD development, multifamily development standards portion of the PUDR zone. Again, is proposing 161 townhome units, and each dwelling will be a 3-bed, 2.5 bath, 2-car garage townhome with a double-car driveway. The required amount of visitor parking is 50 parking stalls, and the applicant is proposing 104. Parking is adequate for the project. Amenities are in the form of a playground, pickleball courts, volleyball court, pool, exercise station, dog park, and pavilions. On October 2nd, 2024, the Planning Commission reviewed this request and unanimously recommended approval of Z-24-06, updating the design and use of the PUDR zone property based on the following findings and conditions, along with the noted changes to condition 10 and adding condition 13 by the Planning Commission. And maybe I'll just read those for clarification real quick. Condition number 10 was amended to read, all amenities shall be completed before the 55th unit. That's 5-5, the 55th unit receives certificate of occupancy. And then condition 13, driveways at each unit will be 18 feet wide and 20 feet long. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Council, what questions do you have for Eldon? I know many of you have seen this before and then saw it again in a different format, and now you're seeing the original or close to the original. Councilman Bellison, do you have questions for staff on this one?
Mayor, I have some, if you're ready.
Let's start with Councilman Coates. Why don't you go while Councilman Bellison kind of dials in on his iPad there?
Okay, I just have a couple comments. The one comment is that along Washington Parkway, there's the 28-foot power and landscape easement that isn't shown on any of the maps. Just want to make sure that's accounted for. And
Great
then,
comments. Yes, notes taken, and we are planning to accommodate that.
okay, and then the other thing is, what is the phasing of Washington or Main Street? Is that in the first phase? Does that all have to be done in the first phase? Just been sitting out there undone for quite some time. So
I see John Hinkie nodding his head that yes, that is the first phase, Main Street is. And then we'll also give you an opportunity to speak to the applicant too here in a minute, Councilman. But keep going, this is good. What else do you have?
that's all I have at this time.
Okay. Councilman Belliston,
So I'm trying to find, I just went back and looked.
do you
up-
want staff or applicant at this point?
Probably staff.
Okay.
2021, I'm just trying to pull up the 2021 approval to see what the difference is. I'm not seeing a whole lot of difference. So what's the change?
Well, they're required by statute to get approvals for this. They went away from that original approval. We approved a new plan, the city approved a new plan, and now for vesting purposes, we need to re-up that plan from that original plan that was approved. The biggest change is probably in the amenities. It's kind of a hybrid mix from the first plan to the second plan. And they've done a pretty good job incorporating that.
So
While
that's
he's
the
looking,
main- that's the
can you
main
speak to
difference.
those amenities? Can you highlight some of those, Eldon? Highlight those amenities. That was a big conversation originally.
Yeah, you can see the pool here in blue. Walking trails around the majority of the amenities, just off the cul-de-sac. We've got some pickleball, 2 pickleball courts, sand volleyball to the south, a couple pavilions spread out throughout the complex. And then on the northeast side, we have a dog park.
The project that had basements? No, this is not, okay.
The last plan that was approved did have basements. Yes, this one would not include basements.
It's one of the changes also in addition.
Yeah, I probably have a couple of questions for the applicant.
And then, so all about the applicant forward. On the trail amenity, what's the surface?
The trail around their amenities.
Yeah, around around the amenities.
It's stating asphalt surface trail on their plan.
We'll invite the applicant's representative to come forward. Welcome. If you'll just state your name as a formality for the record, we know you.
I'm Rick Meyer with Bush and Gudgel. And this is
Brandon Staples with White Mountain Investments.
Welcome. Would you like to say anything or just field questions?
Sure. You know, we really appreciate your time. The goal here is to see how many times we can get this before city
We're
council.
going around the...
You know, round and round the merry-go-round, you know. No, to your point, Councilman Casperson, it was originally as Mangata. It did not have basements, and then it came with a new project, Cordero, I think is what it was called. They did have basements, right, Eldon? And now we're back to the original Mangata project. And some of the main differences are the additional parking, one per city new ordinance, it's additional required, but then also these guys just want additional parking. They think it's a value add to the development to have enough parking for people that are gonna be visiting and living there. And then we've reduced the amount of grass in the area to be kind of water conscious and water wise as staff's request. And then also we've added the pool. They think that would be a good service amenity for the residents there as well, so. I mean, do you have
And
any?
I'd love to add a little bit of context. So we purchased this development on September 10th. So originally it had been with some other developers, Wes Davis, if you know him, and they had sold it to a construction group out of Salt Lake. They ended up not being able to close, so we purchased it. And these changes that we're proposing are the pool. We love the dog park. Can't wait to do that. Those are all new, in addition to the some of the playground stuff there. And for us, we own a subdivision over in Ivans, and you know what the biggest complaint is? Parking. We're seeing, it's an average. Most homes are 2 families now in the townhome range, and they average 3.2 cars in that subdivision, but only have 2 spaces. So we're pretty proud of. We feel like we've gone above and beyond to add a pool, add a dog park since we've stepped in as the new ownership group. I think the big thing we want to try to work through today is the amenities. That request is a little bit concerning to me. I know a couple of you gentlemen are in construction, and I'm a little bit worried about doing them all up front, because that would require me to get all the phases done up front. That would require me to get all the roads done up front, all the infrastructure done up front. And that's a financial cost that is a little bit scary. We aren't a big builder out of Salt Lake. We're not a national builder. We're 4 local guys that put our money together, and 3 of them live in Washington. And so would love to just kind of have that dialogue with you guys today of coming to kind of an idea of how we can get some awesome, great amenities that we added. No, we weren't asked to add them, but do them in a manner that doesn't bury us financially.
So when was the second approval done? Because I found the first one in 21, and then you said there was a second one. What month and year was that? Do you know what meeting that was?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I could find that, though.
Because that's the one that's actually currently entitled, correct? I'd like to see that if I can, before, to compare it to what this is, what we're changing it from to
It's
2 in front 2.
200+ units.
No, I understand, but that's what's currently entitled. So I just want to see what we currently have and what we're not. I'll tell you where I appreciate the amenities you guys have put in. I appreciate additional parking you guys have put in. I know you guys have a fault line that runs through there that you've got to try to avoid, and so it's a good use of, trying to, marry the 2 sides. And you got some bad slope in the back, so to be able to take some of those amenities down through that slope, I think is a good use of the site and the property. I got to tell you though, from a builder's perspective, nothing drives me crazy more than to see a townhome project where you have 1 front and 3 sides that have no front to them. And you've taken 43 units along Main Street, a straight wall back. There's no front to those buildings. I can understand that where you have buildings that are backed up, right? But in my mind, when you have something against the street, a building has 4 sides, and you should treat it as if it has 4 sides if you're going to be on a street front. And so at least the 43 along Main Street and the 14 along Washington Parkway, to me, they don't have an exterior elevation that does it for me. Right, those are prominent streets in our city. That's gonna be a prominent corner, and that's a prominent project, and what you're showing everybody is your back. Does that make sense? I just, I think, I like what some of the projects you drive around, you can see that they've tried to architecturally design those backs. The Cole West one that they've done over here on Telegraph, Rise, is it Rise is the name of that one?
I believe so.
They've done a great job. Councilman Henderson and I differ on the colors, but they've spent a lot of time in trying to give the street a good view of the project, even though they're showing them their back. But again, like I say, I appreciate the time and effort in the amenities and the parking, and I'm happy to work with you on phasing on it, if you'll work with me on what we're seeing from those main roads.
As far as the designs go, these are the designs we inherited and were previously approved. And so that's
They're
why,
telling me.
These were approved in the 2021.
Right, but those no longer exist
Yeah,
now
these
that they've
aren't
been
the
approved in
current, yeah.
whatever year, right? So,
And that previous approval was 5/24 of ―23 is the most current that we're amending that one. The Caldera, 5/24,
But you can see-
23.
I mean, I can go get it, but
I agree with Councilman Belliston. We need to do something on the back of the outlots. We've done that on most developments down our prominent roads to address that straightness that you get with that flat back.
well, and I would think the neighbors would appreciate it too. Brio and Solente and those, they've put a lot of time and effort into, their projects, and it's a pet peeve of mine. I can point to project after project around town that basically has the exact same townhomes, and every last one of them drives me crazy. That's a pet peeve of mine. Again, I'm not gonna beat you up on the interior where you're backing units to units. If that's what the neighbors want to look at, that's fine. But from, from the city street.
Public side of things.
Yeah, from
right?
the public side, I expect to see some, treated architecturally.
I don't know if this carries. any
Grab that
weight.
mic, Rick. Grab that mic.
Sorry, I don't know if this carries any weight or solves any problems or whatever. I get what you're saying. There's good, it's good to have some horizontal relief or whatever on the buildings, whether it's the units are stepped horizontally or
I
whatever.
don't know that it's just a straight step. I mean, you go look at, and again, you can drive around and see them. I mentioned the Rise project over there. The lofts out there in Green Valley has done some different elevations. I mean, it's not necessarily that you just step the units one. You can step, up to down, or you can step one bedroom to the other, or
And that's what I was
or
getting
even
at, is all of
architecturally
these
from-
units will be stepped
Go ahead, Rick.
vertically along Main Street. So this is a little bit deceiving because it shows it's just flat, but every single one of them will be stepped vertically going up. And I don't know if that kind of.
building to building, but you're not talking
within the
unit to
building,
unit.
Unit to unit.
there's an
that-
elevation change, and so they are staggered, and that's just not reflected as this is in the 3D renderings. I was just gonna say the same thing, so the 2D version doesn't do it justice. We've also done some additional cantilevers out to give them depth, and it's just hard to see in this rendition, but yes.
Well, you're
we're
certainly
on the
not
same
showing it
page.
here, and so now I have the one that's pulled up from Caldera is what is approved, currently approved. There's an obvious difference street side. And so what they did on Caldera and to show some of that architectural interest, I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Staples, would you just give us some ideas of what you're thinking for phasing? Because we do understand those costs. And what I'm hearing is a trade for some grass. We all love the grass. We need some grass to play on, but a swimming pool probably is really valuable to those residents during the summer. So if you'll just talk a little bit about phasing of what you think would work for you, I'd be
absolutely.
interested in hearing that.
And Kurt, as you know. in
Councilman Ivey.
No, he's referring to him.
Sorry, what?
No, he's referring to him. This is Kurt.
This is my business partner, Kurt.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
sorry. He's a little more detail-oriented than me. We're a dynamic partnership. I'm the vision, he's the detail. So I pull him up to keep me from saying something that I miss. So our proposal is we want to do the pool right up front. That's the best and most expensive amenity. That would be our give there that we would propose. The amenities are going to cost us like $830,000. And so our proposal is we do the biggest one up front for the community to the tune of roughly $200,000 for that pool. And then the rest of the amenities we would propose we do when we're actually there, when the road's there, when the infrastructure gets there. And Kurt has a little map here. Do you guys have it? They don't have it. So we have it here, and I'll have Kurt go through it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kurt. I know you, but say your first and last name for the record.
Not a problem. Kurt Hansen. Happy to be here. Yeah, so I guess just to restate it, I suppose, the phasing, I mean, you've got financial considerations, that's all fine and good and real. But what we're requesting, we come to some type of agreeable phasing where we are able to complete those amenities as we reach them during the course of construction. So right now, as it sits, the way that this was purchased, it looks a little abandoned because this project was actually started and almost pulled the permit for the first building before it changed hands the first time. And we are the second time it's changed hands. So
They've
we're
all
the
been
third
paying
owner.
attention.
So
We're the ones that get it done.
We like that. Let's find a way.
the phasing right now gives us access to where the pool is in phases 1 and 2. And so that's what we have access to. Obviously, that's a significant improvement or portion of the amenities. And what we would propose, or what we would like to see, it would help us anyway, is the remainder of the amenities we take care of when we have phases 3 and 4 developed, which are the phases that are adjacent to them. Phase 4 is the cul-de-sac, phase 3 is the road to get to the cul-de-sac, so.
Have you sent this proposed phasing plan have you sent it to staff?
Yeah.
Do you have the ability to pull that up, Eldon, or was it not part of the packet, or if you can, that would be helpful?
So, and maybe this is an off-the-wall question, but how come this phasing plan isn't part of the application? I mean, I know it's hard for the city council to look at something that you're holding up and try to determine if they want to change the phasing plan that was provided.
It's a great question. To be honest, it was kind of a newbie mistake on my end. We didn't really address the phasing when we submitted the application, and then in planning commission, the question came up, and these guys weren't there to kind of approve anything. So I was like, I don't know what to commit to, you know, on these guys' end. So I didn't stand up and say anything. They just said, yeah, okay, just do everything by the 55th unit, which is basically it's the first 2 phases is 55 units, you know, and so we've got to address it now, you know. That's just there's a lot of offsites to get to to the pickleball courts, and if we're just done with phase 2, there's a lot of offsites just to get to pickleball courts or the dog park or whatever. It doesn't make any sense really to do those right up front in phase 2 if
You don't even have a road to get there.
there's no
Colors
access,
phase,
so.
I can't. So I see phase, so you're saying phase 4 is when you would really put all those in?
Yes.
Minus the dog park.
Yeah, the dog parks have to.
The dog park's
would have-
way
it's
up there in
top left
phase
corner,
6.
Correct, yeah. So, and really what we're asking, I suppose, is to phase it in where it naturally fits with the actual development. The roads and the pads for phase 1 and 2 already exist. The only thing we really have to do is clean it up and put asphalt on it because the curb and gutter was largely done. Underground was done
Everybody's
previously.
ready to have Main Street done.
Yeah.
We would like to get that done ASAP.
So that's one issue. Obviously, the aesthetic is another issue, and I understand what you're saying 100%. And Brandon mentioned that we did inherit those plans, which we did, and we've started tweaking those, but we are far from done from them with them. So we can incorporate, because we don't want to make an ugly project either, right? Like, we want a solid project that everyone, including members of the community, can be proud of. So I don't know exactly how we incorporate that as far as the process here and like what
So you'll
what specifications we
basically,
pull from this meeting relating to that, but I mean, we understand it, we're on the same page.
so I'm just understanding, tell me if I'm wrong, that you're gonna start on the pool right away, because it kind of borders your first couple of phases.
Showing that as phase 2.
They're the same thing. They'll be done at the same
Phase 1 and 2 at the same time.
They're
And
the
then-
55 lots that are already done.
They're already in the ground. They have to be cleaned up and asphalt has to be brought in. We have
Right.
to tear up curb and
Utilities are
gutter to some
stubbed.
degree.
I mean, that
because of
makes
extra
sense
parking.
to me, because you won't even have roads to these other amenities until you
That's correct. And that's our
continue with the
main- that's our main
development,
holdup, is
right?
it.
So, I mean, I'm fine with that. I mean, the pool probably, does it have some grass and some stuff around it?
Correct.
Grass, a pergola, and then these 6 parking spots right here will have a little picnic area right in front of it.
Right, so you'll probably start digging the hole for the pool right along,
Right along with the
It'll help
beginning.
sales. We're
yeah,
happy to have
yeah, so that makes sense to me.
Would probably maintain a better product on the backside too, where you don't have to cut a road up and, you know, and have heavy haul trucks on it and things like that while you're doing it.
Offsite
So
stuff,
I agree with Councilman Henderson. I think that makes sense to me. And the one amenity that I think is probably the most relevant is your pool and that pergola in the area around it. And I think that people that would live there would realize what they can see is what's there and then what's coming. It would make sense. It wouldn't be like, well, we expected some amenities and they're not coming in yet, because you can see that you're not built there yet, so.
Agreed. Can I ask a question? How are those lots how is all the utilities in the ground for those lots?
On the original, so in version 1, 3-4 years ago, they were on the precipice of pulling a permit. Development horizontal was done. They
changed name, construction drawings approved.
Yep.
And started construction.
And then
West Davis took it to permit. They were ready to pull permits on the house.
That's fine.
And then-
I'm
and
just
then-
asking because
and then
in front of me, I have version 2. And it
really?
doesn't
Yeah,
lay
it
out
doesn't.
the same.
So
And
version 2, an outside group came in and saw the project, they're like, we want to buy that whole thing. So they started that transaction. That transaction stalled out, but in the middle of it, they went through and changed zoning, changed the whole plan and increased density. And then that,
Infrastructure for version
but it was already in the ground.
Your underground that's already in place matches
For
this,
our
right?
proposal, correct.
Okay.
In version 2, they would have to have
They
torn
would
that all
have
out and
torn
started.
that out.
Eldon, pull up the phasing plan again.
So it's a bit of there's some luggage that comes with this for sure.
I think what I'm hearing the council say at this point, to help you and to help the council kind of help you understand where they are, I think they are with you with phase 1 and phase 2 and the pool. I think your phasing plan makes sense. So this is good work. Where I think I'm hearing at least some of my council have some questions is with the rear elevations in particular in terms of height and depth. And I know Councilman Bellison has a few more questions. Councilman Coates, would you fill in what I may have missed? I know you're looking at this.
Yeah, so I agree with the phasing of the amenities. I think that makes sense as long as it's contingent on before the first CO of a building that amenity is done for each phase, if that makes sense. They can get their building permit, they just, before they get a CO on that building, that amenity has to be done for that project. Is that fair?
I would say for 1 and 2, if we
It just
start-
depends on which phase yes,
Yeah, I'm saying
Fine,
per
it's a cutoff
phase.
point. It's
So,
just,
so if
the
the
appropriate-
amenity is tied to a certain phase, yes, then before that CO of that phase. So an example, say you get into phase 4 and you need to do that section of phase 4, then that would be done at phase 4 before.
correct.
So that would be the condition I'd recommend to the council on that. And then also just, we can't, on the PCD of the buildings, the layout, that is what we are approving with the PC or the PUD application. So we can't be tweaking stuff after the fact. We need to be doing it now. So if these aren't ready because they are different and you still have changes to those buildings, that's what we're approving tonight is what's in our packet. And we have concerns. I'd recommend that if we are to move forward, we do a condition that these renderings need to be updated and submitted back to the council for approval.
Either that or a table, and have them updated and brought back.
Or a table.
Move and bring the plans back to next city council, I'd be happy to do that.
Can you guys bring
Hey,
us
Brandon,
some
it's Brandon,
update?
right? Speaking to the mic there, just so everybody can hear you. And then Councilman Henderson.
With this project already being 4 years old, I would prefer, and you guys wanting that road as quickly as possible as us, I would propose we come to an agreement on the phasing, and then in the next city council, I can bring the plans. What's kind of fun, like we're really excited about this. We've hired Hendrickson Butler to do the design, and they're the same designers as Salente. So they came to us and said, "What are you doing? We can make this better." So just
And
like
that's
we
what,
did-
and that's what I think you're hearing some of the council say too.
Yeah.
This group's been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, so I'll have it ready. I could have it ready next city council and you guys can see the plans. And the hope is that we can get going now because we still have to go to pre-plat and a few other things so that we can get that road done. So
Can I ask you a quick question on the other amenities that are up there that are like the pseudo purple? What phase are they tying into?
those are proposed for phase 5, if you see the note there at the top.
I'm just having a hard time reading it, right? It's easy when it's on my iPad, I can blow it up and see what the notes actually say.
So Mayor, can I make a
Go ahead,
comment?
Councilman.
So I really like the project and we're super excited to see something there. We've been seeing pipes sticking out of the ground and weeds for so long. So I think we're excited about it. Just, you know, if you could bring us an updated elevations, just, we're not super excited about seeing a box, you know, from our, this is kind of turning out to be one of our premier intersections in our city. And so, you know, you can understand that we'd like to see something rather than a box. And it sounds like you've hired a designer and you're going to do it. So we're excited to see that. Can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
Are these going to be for rent or are they for sale?
For sale.
For sale.
The
Oh,
previous
super.
owners were for rent, we're for sale.
Fantastic. We love that. So
So
much
I-
needed in our community.
So I own a mortgage company here in town, and the biggest need is under 450. because
Yes.
There's that grant. And so our goal is to be able to get the people the $20,000 SB 240 grant. So
Good.
We like that.
Thank you.
I have just another comment here, for what it's worth, and Kurt knows where I live. But in my association, we have a sand volleyball court that is never used. It's just, I mean, is it necessary? Do you think that you're gonna keep it up and use it, or does it just need to be scratched? Or is it just filling space? I mean, I'm just being honest.
We just didn't want to ruffle feathers.
I mean, to me, I don't know, it's your call, but I just know that in my neighborhood, it's a nice neighborhood. It's just a big cat litter box, you know?
Yeah.
We have a dog park, you need a litter box.
Yeah, we wanted to mostly honor something that was already approved, right? The thought process of developer is like, only make it better, don't make any changes if the city.
Well, I guess that's my question. Does the volleyball court make it better or worse? It's your call. I don't know.
We've never, I mean, this is gonna be our 7th subdivision we've done as a group. We've never done a sand volleyball, but.
Have you ever done tetherball?
That's a solid choice.
Do that for him, will you?
For Napoleon Dynamite?
That's what I thought. I don't want to get too in the weeds. This is your project, but I'm just saying from my experience.
I don't see it being used near as much as the pickleball, say that.
No. Mayor, when you're ready, I'm ready for a motion.
Do you want to add another pickleball court rather than the sand volleyball? I know that would be more costs.
I would say if it doesn't delay us, I'm just scared of delays. Meaning like, do we have to go back to planning and zoning? Do we have to go back and if that change is made?
I mean, I think I see the value in volleyball.
Okay.
Sand volleyball.
That's okay.
At the different parks, they're used frequently,
Wonderful.
and so.
I'll get on my HOA to clean that volleyball court up in my
Yeah,
my
maybe that's
neighborhood.
the
We did take a
problem.
youth group over to use the sand volleyball courts twice in the last 6 weeks or so. So,
Okay, all
come
right,
on, yeah, it's fun.
all right.
Have you played tetherball?
I love.
Challenging her? Oh, volleyball player, I don't know.
Councilman Coates, do you have any further comment on this?
No.
It sounds like Councilman Bellison's ready to take a stab at a motion.
Yeah, Mayor, I was just gonna make a motion that we table an ordinance for zone change Z-24-06 to update the existing PUDR located approximately 1050 North Main Street to November 13th. That's
Second.
weeks from now.
So we have a motion and a second, and I want to explain before I call for a vote on this. So you heard the council talking about, on the one hand, approving with condition that you bring back elevations. It's the same timeline as a table, but I think this council has more, I think what they'd probably like to see is that phasing plan back in the packet and have some time to look at those elevations and then just give it a straight up or down. So that's what I'm hearing, Councilman Bellison, you made the motion, is that accurate?
That would be my preference. I prefer to avoid conditions and then it kind of gets lost in the shuffle.
So it's no change to your timeline, but what it does is it gives this council a little more reassurance on, you've heard that in the public meeting that they're supportive of the phasing of the timeline, which I think is really generous. I think it's great. They just need to see what those elevations are going to look like, the staggering and the elevations before, given that. I think that's pretty reasonable. You would have had to have done that anyway, because with that condition, you wouldn't have had an approval otherwise, so.
Maybe you guys can educate me. My understanding though.
Speaking to that mic there.
Sorry. Maybe you guys can educate me here. My understanding with Washington that is unique versus other communities is when we get approved from zoning, then we have to go to pre-plat, correct? And so it actually does, if we do table it, it does push us back a few months to get that road done, doesn't it? Or am I misunderstanding?
Are you ready to submit the pre-plat?
It's already, yeah, so I think
So
it
with
does
the,
push
with the
us back.
condition, could they,
I think we should let them.
and we do have, we do
submit
have
them
a motion
concurrently.
on the table, but, you know, I didn't think about that side of the timeline. Just thinking about the approval timeline.
And what date did you say that you wanted to
I don't know.
have the next?
Here at the end of the month, I'd like, and I don't know that 2 weeks is enough. Elevations put together, just done this too many times, so I put it to November 13th, which is the second meeting from now, 1 month. Right?
So wouldn't it be, oh, yeah. That's pushing them back quite a significant, do you guys think you could get it done in weeks? Those
So-
elevation changes, is that something that you've already been working on?
It's already been working on. Sean Patton, a very well-known architect, is doing them. He's my next door neighbor, and I have some leverage. So yes, they will be done.
That, I think that we need to be sensitive to your timeline. I do. I think that, you know, I think that you're reputable, and I think that in the end, we want the best product, and I think we need to always remember what the council, the direction that the council's given you, but we are aware of the timeline on it, and we would like to get something going up there.
So there is a motion and a second on the table. Councilman Bellison, in your motion, you said table, I didn't know if I heard you say a date
Yeah, November 13th.
to November 13th.
That's our, yeah, that would be 2 meetings for us from now.
Okay, so the question is, an aye vote is moving this to November, tabling this to November 13th.
And did you say there was a second on it?
Councilman Coates did second the motion, so I better call for a vote. So,
Can I ask a
Councilman
question,
Henderson?
Mayor? Is there a way that we can approve everything except for the elevations so that these guys can just start moving forward with what they've turned in? Is there a way to do that?
Yeah, we'll accept the pre-plat submission. We just need this zone change approved before the pre-plat hits land. Or
Right, but that's my issue, right? The zone change includes the elevations because it's a PUD, right? I'm not prepared, personally, I'm not prepared to vote affirmative on something with conditions. I want to see the thing brought back together, and that's why I motioned for the table. So, you know, I would vote against something with conditions. I mean, I appreciate the desire to move forward on the pre-plat. Like, I can totally appreciate that. I'd like to see that road in just as much as anybody else. But it's a zone change, and the zone change is the full packet. I just don't think you have a complete zone change until that's done, and that's why a table makes more sense. Approve something with conditions that then it's still lingering out there that's not, it's not an approval.
If
The elevations that were done a year ago, like, the site plan doesn't work.
Yeah, what, the concern about that product, it was a for rent product, right, with a huge difference in density. So I mean, my
Hey,
question.
Mayor, can I have a point of order?
Coates, yes.
We have a motion and a second.
Yeah, I agree. We need a vote on this. We're going to go roll call. The motion on the table is, the motion is a table until November 13th. I'm going to start with roll call, starting with Councilmember Coates,
Aye.
Ivy,
Nay.
Casperson,
Nay.
Belliston, Henderson. So that motion does not pass. I'm happy to entertain another motion or further discussion and then a motion.
Another motion then. We go ahead and approve an ordinance change Z-24-06 to update the existing PUDR located approximately 1050 North Main Street with the condition that the phasing plan come back and the elevations come back for additional approval on November 13th.
Make one more suggestion to your motion.
Sure.
Mention the electrical easement, that needs to be identified as well.
Say that again, the electrical
The
easement?
28-foot easement on the plan.
Absolutely, yeah, that's what Craig brought up earlier. Absolutely, add that to the motion.
It's a landscape and power easement.
Okay. Recorder, you got the details on the easement. So we have a motion on the table by Councilman Belliston.
Second.
to approve you heard the motion, to approve with conditions on the phasing plan, elevation, and the landscape power easement. Is there a second on this motion?
Second.
Councilman Coates, second. We're going to go roll call, starting with Councilmember Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson. Belliston.
Nay.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
That is approved with conditions, 4-1. And if you have it all done by our next meeting on the 23rd, if you meet deadlines by staff, you can.
It was on the
Excuse
13th. I
me.
put that one the 13th as well, just because I don't know that I'll be here on the 23rd, Mayor. Right now, I'm not able to be here on the 23rd.
That allows you to move forward with your preliminary plat, but you bring back the others.
We'll get you some good-looking plans.
You know what? We're just cleaning up messes here, right? We're cleaning that up. I know you will.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Thanks, Brandon, Kurt. Okay. That was like old times in council. We used to have, it's none of this rubber stamp stuff. This is good. Good discussion. Second 4-1 tonight. All right. Resolutions. Item 10A. This is consideration to approve a resolution supporting Utah versus United States legal action, United States Supreme Court docket number 220160. City Attorney Thad Segmiller will present to the council on this item. Mr. Segmiller.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is an interesting issue that is not routine for the state of Utah or the Washington City. In August of this year, the legislature had decided sometime before and appropriated funding. And in August, the state of Utah filed a complaint against the United States government in the United States Supreme Court. If we all remember back to our U.S. history class, anytime there is a original dispute between a state and the United States government, the court of original jurisdiction is the Supreme Court. And so Utah filed a complaint there. There's no guarantee that the Supreme Court will take the case. The Supreme Court does have discretion to select what gets heard and how it's heard. This is a resolution that came out from some of our county leaders, the American Land Coalition, and a few others. They're hoping that Washington City Council would pass a resolution in support of Utah's filing. And so that resolution is in your packet today. I'm going to give a brief discussion on history and then what the lawsuit's asking to be done, and then the council's other questions, I'll answer those. If we go back to the beginning, I've done that to you a few times. In this case,
I always appreciate your,
in this case, the
history
beginning
lesson.
is 13 colonies who stole their independence through a rebellion.
He really meant it.
And after those colonies, those became states. I didn't mean it. And then he had, was that the finance director that left? He never likes my history. After that, the federal government that was newly created by the Constitution and things acquired lands by treaty. And the United States Constitution treats treaty lands in territories differently than they treat state lands. And so, in essence, the United States Constitution required that territories, not the original 13 colonies, but the other states, Tennessee, Kentucky, all of those kind of mid-Atlantic states, that when they became a state, so when they transferred from a territory of the United States to a state within the Union, the Constitution does not contain a provision for the federal government to own lands within that state that are unappropriated. And so the essence of that is that when Tennessee and Kentucky and all the other ones came on and the Congress passed an act that established that state, the federal government would agree to dispose of lands within those states. So any of you that have looked at a map have noticed that in Utah, Nevada, and Arizona, and all of the West, there's vast federal holdings, and there's There's nearly none in those eastern states. So this lawsuit looks at that precedent and says, look, Utah was also a territory state. And so like Tennessee, when Utah was created by congressional action, the federal government should have begun the process of disposing of unappropriated lands. So the United States territory lands were used for things like mineral development and grazing and forestry, all those things that the BLM kind of does today. But those were not enumerated powers of the United States government under the Constitution. And so this lawsuit's essentially saying, United States Supreme Court, order that the federal government dispose of the unappropriated lands in the state of Utah, like they should have done when we became a state.
Has this been litigated before?
Not this particular issue, no. So the first question I expected was, what are the unappropriated lands? So things like the Pine Valley Wilderness is appropriated per congressional action. Things like Zion National Park, things like the Red Cliff Desert Reserve, those are all appropriated uses. This would apply to lands like Warner Valley, where there's, you know, grazing leases and mineral claims and just a variety of land of multiple uses. Those would be what we describe as unappropriated. Or in other words, there's nothing in the United States Constitution that allows the United States government to own lands like that without a federal purpose. And so this would impact our city because there are BLM lands within our city that are unappropriated. From the meetings that Jordan and I attended, it would impact Santa Clara and Ivins and St. George and basically every city in our area. And so it appears that there's mostly consensus. I do know that the mayor from Springdale and the mayor from Ivins expressed concern that maybe their citizens would not support a lawsuit that required that those type of lands be disposed of. But that's the concept here is United States Supreme Court, Utah's asking you to require the federal government to dispose of the lands that it still holds without a federal purpose.
That was promised to have been done a long time ago.
That was done for most of the territory states, correct. But for some reason, as we got farther west, it just stopped happening.
Okay.
Mayor, Thad must have had a really good seventh grade Utah history.
I had the best.
That was fabulous. That was fabulous.
I had the best in the best school.
That's right.
That's it. I agree.
Know that
Back
it was
then, they
all
were
of your
the-
good influence on him all these years.
They were
Look
the
at how
Pineview-
good he turned out. Look at
Weren't they the Pineview Pumas back then?
Thank you,
We
teacher.
were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they still the Pumas? Are they still the Pumas? It's good to know that we stay true to that.
So with the lawsuit, it doesn't address how the lands will be, what will happen with the lands afterwards. Will that be something that
So
they will address?
Yeah, the lawsuit is focused in on the constitutional provision of the federal government was required to sell these lands. The stated purpose was always, you'll like this, to sell the lands so that they can pay down the federal debt. And so that's why Tennessee didn't have federal and any of the others, right? The lawsuit does not address the political question of what happens with the court's decision. If the court says, yeah, federal government, you better do this, I would anticipate a real big scramble from Utah legislative leaders trying to, get a piece of that pie. I would anticipate the federal government would begin really proactively appropriating a lot of those lands, and so that they would give them a federal purpose. They'd ask Congress to give them a federal purpose so that they don't all have to be sold. But it would, if the court takes the case and Utah prevails, it would create a flood of activity in all of the western states, because Utah would essentially pave the way for all of these other western states that have very similar situations.
No, that,
I was just gonna say, there's no other states that are, like I've seen where sometimes other states join in with the lawsuit. At this time, there's no other.
They've not joined. What this resolution is saying is Washington City Council supports a brief and what's called an amicus brief or a friend of the court brief that's going to tell the United States Supreme Court that Washington City supports Utah's filing for these reasons. And so other states are doing the same thing.
there are states that oppose the filing too. And so like any good lawsuit, there's states on both sides of it.
Councilman Henderson and Councilman Ivy.
I say, I'm really excited just to see where this goes. I mean, this is kind of something that people have been talking about for decades. You know, the problems that are created with the federal government owning so much of our land in Utah and the other western states. So it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out, so.
Consider Senator Lee's Houses Act, how that'll play into this as well, where he would like to use federal land for affordable housing. And, you know, I think that this is a good discussion to have because it not only says that it should have happened, but we need it to happen. We can utilize the land much better than our federal partners can, I think.
Yeah, lawsuits can be scary. Many of the expansions of federal authority have come from the United States Supreme Court in lawsuits over the years too, and so it could go in a very opposite direction is what Utah's hoping. But it would be nice to have this issue heard and answered. I believe staff's recommendation is that council adopt this resolution, that we support the effort, and like Councilmember Henderson said, see where it goes.
Are you ready for?
I'm ready for motion. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution supporting Utah versus United States legal action, United States Supreme Court docket number 220160.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Casperson.
I'll second that.
We'll go ahead and give a second to Councilman Ivy. Let's go roll call on this resolution. I believe we're to start with Councilmember Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston. Aye. Henderson. Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
That resolution passes 5-0, unanimous. The next item, 10B, this is consideration to approve a resolution for an interlocal agreement between Washington County and Washington City for funding to assist in the construction, expansion, or renovation of the Washington City Grapevine Trailhead, Mill Creek Trail, Covington Home, and the Old Gym. Assistant Leisure Service Director Paul Walker will present to the council on this item as I congratulate him and Jordan on a job well done.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. So this resolution is concerning the TRT and the TRCC grants awarded by the Tax Advisory Board for Washington County. And for the project stated, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
What does TRCC stand for?
TRCC is Tourism, Recreation, Cultural, and Convention.
I just want to say I'm really excited to see you guys go and pursue the county for like you have been the last couple of years, because it never happened when I was on before. It was always a source of contention, saying, why in the heck is St. George City taking all those funds and we get nothing? And so I appreciate the pursuit and obviously the success in gaining some of those and bringing them back our way.
We certainly put our arms around our commissioners and borderline to headlock. We went arm in arm, but it wasn't a full Nielsen. So yes, Councilman Bellison, we are at the table, and these two staff members just did fantastic in preparing these grants, and these are really nice assets. Let's take the victory lap. Who's going to go ahead and make the motion on this item?
Make a motion to approve a resolution for an interlocal agreement between Washington County and Washington City for the funding to assist in the construction, expansion, or renovation of the Washington City Grapevine Trailhead, the Mill Creek Trail, Covington Home, and the Old Gym.
I'll second that.
Have a motion by Councilman Ivy, second by Councilman Belliston. Individual voting, starting with Councilmember Belliston. Henderson. Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson. Is passed unanimously, and also a thank you to our partners out of the county. They recognized a discrepancy and they came through for us. And frankly, we are, with a lot of the economic development that's happening with hotels coming and more planned, we are a larger contributor to TRT funding. So it's nice to see some of that flow back into our coffers. Item 11, report of officers from assigned committee. We'll start with you, Councilman Belliston.
really think of any at the moment, so I think I'm good.
Henderson.
I don't have anything tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilman Coates.
Yeah, just a couple items on the solid waste board. We had our meeting on Monday, and we're looking at applying for some more CIB funding for phase 3 for this year. We don't know if we'll get it, but we just started the process on that, so you're aware. Phase 3 is the public transfer station. Right now, you notice they drive up and there's those big roll-off bins that everyone dumps in. They're trying to make it a more safer place and build that phase 3. They didn't have enough funds when we got our initial funding through the CIB board for phase 1 and 2 of the landfill, but we're applying for phase 3 right now.
If I were a betting man, I would say you would get it. You're on a roll. You're doing great things there. Anything else to report on?
Yeah, we had flood control last week. On flood control, things are looking good. Lots of projects are getting done. We're working on getting our Cena Hills Detention Pond and the Grapevine Wash on a list for sediment removal. So every like 5-6 years, we got to remove the sediment, and we're trying to get it on the list so that we can use the flood control authority funds to help match any city funds to help clean that out as we move forward with that.
Good job.
So that's it for tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilman. Appreciate you joining with us tonight. I know you've got other things you'd rather be doing. Councilman Ivey.
Mayor, I went on a really good ride along this past week with our police department, rode with one of our younger officers, and just was really impressed with him and his professionalism. And, you know, we pulled over a couple of vehicles, and I just thought it was really, really telling what his attitude was towards our citizens. You know, they're not trying to catch them doing things. They're trying to create a safe environment for our city and to lead by example. But it was a really good ride along. He promised me some excitement. We didn't have any exciting calls at all, which is what we want. I'm not complaining, but we had a really good ride along. And then legislative policy, I'd just say I've never experienced a pre-session few months like what we're having. It's very, very busy. There's a lot of chatter going on with legislative policy and land use, different things. And as the bills are starting to come in and it's starting to take shape, it's going to be a fast and furious time like usual. But I wanted to share just an update on we've got a local representative that's running the Sitla affordable housing bill that we're really excited about. We think that has potential to maybe be a game changer and kind of fit in nicely with what the state's trying to do right now, and the governor's asking for 30,000 units for new families and things like that. But the one bill that I want to mention, that you're going to wonder why I mentioned this one, but I saw one come across the other day that was kind of interesting. There's finally a senator that is introducing a bill about using cell phones in our schools. They finally realized that there is some negative effects from by our students using cell phones in class. You know, like, yeah, I would probably see that too. But anyway, that is one bill we're going to keep an eye on, but that's one kind of unusual one that I wanted to mention. But we'll be ready for it when the session comes. Thanks.
Good job. Good update. Councilwoman Casperson.
So there's some really great events that are going to be coming forth with the St. George Interfaith Council, which was mentioned, you know, with the Faith of the Blue that was mentioned earlier, you know, on October 11th, and then the crop walk. And then I'll keep you guys all inundated as more events come forth. But one of the conversations that we had with the Active Transportation Committee is maybe using some of the RAP tax funding to maybe do some type of mural on underpasses where there's a lot of graffiti. And Andy mentioned that there's certain ones that he has to go over and paint over. And so as we go forward with our budget discussions, you know, in the coming year, if that may be something that the city council would want to maybe use some of RAP tax funding to do something like that under underpasses. And I know other cities have done that, and they claim that they have seen a reduction of graffiti. And so it's just obviously we don't have to make a decision now, but just something to think about as we're going forward with the budget talks.
I love that idea. And we could even talk with the university a little bit and see if they have maybe some students that maybe work on a little partnership there together. Good job. I just have a couple of brief items, and then we'll get to what you've all been waiting for, which is the city manager report. So at the Washington County Water Conservancy District Board meeting we had earlier this week, we hit 2 records that I think we probably didn't want to hit. But this area, we officially had the hottest July on record this year. And as I wrote down, I hope I have this correct, we hit a record number of days over 100 degrees in September. So those are 2 records that we didn't want to hit. Bad news comes in threes. I'll give you the third one. The lack of moisture in the soil in this part of the state has officially put us back in a drought situation as of October 1st, which is kind of the water year, or the way that they track it. So hopefully we'll get some good moisture and snowpack as we get into the fall and winter months. But so far it's been really too dry and too hot for too long. On a positive note, it is anticipated that the transaction for the remaining portion of land for the Warner Valley Reservoir that's owned by BLM, that transaction, which includes a land swap plus monetary consideration, will take place in 2025, which is a huge step forward for our community. And of course, the Warner Valley Reservoir area would be part of Washington City's annexation plan. So when that time comes, we'll look forward to having that reuse, secondary water and more reservoir within our municipal boundary. And so anyway, that's your water update. City manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. After all that buildup, it better be something good, hadn't it? Just a couple of items to mention. I think they're intertwined, and they also correlate with our residents that came earlier and gave their feedback. But I want to mention the good work that's happening from our code enforcement officers. We met in our quarterly, we've been meeting quarterly to talk about code enforcement. And we've got some really good officers right now. We're doing a really good job. We've seen some great, some movement. I don't want to talk about individual issues, but we've seen some really good movement. And what they've let us know is that the more consistent we are helping people, the more people recognize that they have to meet a standard, and then they're more likely to do it. So this consistency is really important. It's important that we do that, and as was mentioned today, with customer service and with kindness. So we try to give people the minimum push necessary to take care of problems. But if there are problems that are really egregious, or they are life safety or really health issues, then we can't always give as much rope. But our code enforcement officers are doing a really good job. The other thing that plays into that, we've been working on a council and an initiative that the council and I have been working on, a customer service training. I think I mentioned this in my email to the council this week, but in the last 2 months, 82% of our full-time employees, which is 174 employees, have taken the hour-long customer service training. I've had some good feedback from that. It's been positive. They've learned some really good skills and tactics in working with difficult residents and providing customer service. So appreciate all of our staff members who did that and took that very seriously. So that is my report tonight. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate that. So council, at this time, I'm going to call for a motion to move into closed session for the purpose of discussing character or professional competence of an individual, after which we will return back to this open meeting.
So made.
I have a motion by Councilman Belliston, second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I heard that as a unanimous aye. Steve, are you there?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay, are we live again?
Yes.
Okay.
Steve, his microphone only works half the time.
Can you trade that one with counting them?
Don't steal mine.
So it's automatic shut-offs. Mayor's getting you on.
Okay, so we just completed our closed meeting, our closed session. We voted to return to our open meeting. That motion was made by Councilman Belliston. The second was made by Councilman Henderson. It was unanimous vote to return to our regular meeting. Our last item of business is consideration to approve the city manager employment agreement. Council, I'll turn to you for a motion on that item.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the city manager employment agreement as outlined in our
We
packet.
have a motion by Councilman Coates, a second by Councilman
Can I say
Belliston.
something real quick? Jeremy, it's been a pleasure getting to know you this year as a new councilman. You've been super helpful to me. Truly appreciate the time and effort you put into the city, and so happy to vote to approve this.
We've got a motion by Councilman Coates, a second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous.
Can I say something, Mayor? I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate working for the city. So it's been a good 4 years. I can't believe it's been that long already, but thank you for your confidence, and I appreciate you as well. So thanks.
Call for motion to adjourn.
So made.
Motion by Councilman Belliston. Second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned. Have a good evening.